Resort, and the track here is literally just off of the parking lot, so you can get a room. They've got a great norteño band playing tonight. I mean, it's going to be blowing up here as far as that for his live music. But walk out in the parking lot and watch some great racing as well. I've seen this venue before, driving down the 15 going towards Las Vegas, but it's a great place for the Southern California fans can go see a race close. But if you're in Vegas, you can just come, 30, 35 minutes down the road. And
I think it's 22 miles, I think, exactly what it is. But you know what? We had qualifying earlier this morning. Let's turn over to Kelly Snyder, who's got more information on all the qualifying that took place. Kelly? Things, tidbits here and there, but this has got a lot of history. And a lot of the guys really like what's going on. I see some of the course workers are actually, they brought in dirt as well. Probably about 2 months ago, they brought in new dirt. So you can see Jeff is out there ripping it up right now. Going to throw it on some water and rip it up some more, and really try to make this a pristine track this afternoon. And even with the wind, except for earlier practice this morning, we really haven't had any dust.
No, that's the one good thing too, and it has taken it away from the stand. So that's a bonus on our end. You're talking about new dirt, and you see the guys filtering through that dirt as well. It takes years and years and years to get all those rocks and everything to get out of when you bring in new stuff, and they've been doing a great job all week. A lot of testing done before actually today. We've had drivers out here been testing throughout the week, trying to do some change-ups. We see a split section of this course. When we first got here yesterday, we were talking to Johnny Greaves about which would be the faster or slower. Can you go to that outside and still take a lower portion of the course? Do you have to ride the high line and stay where a jump may be a little bit taller? I like the options. I like split options. I think that gives drivers the opportunity so they're not having to play follow the leader.
Well, and the thing is, this track is very wide, and it all depends on the weather, how the track is prepped, and how the guys are racing the track, whether it's going to come around, whether there's going to be two lines.
On time, on schedule here. But yeah, that's got to be a trying time for the guys back there going, how much, you'll have a spotter or somebody out here seeing how much track maintenance or how much track work did they do, because it determines what tire setup, what everything's set up that you have.
And we talk about, they keep score. The tire manufacturers are here. They're supporting the series, supporting the racers, but they also keep score of who's doing what and who's winning and who's not. And they'll take those tires and they'll look at them after every single race. And they'll even send them back to the factory and make corrections.
Ideas.
And maybe even 6 months down the road, those corrections are going to be on the store shelf.
And we were seeing right there just a moment ago that split section of the course. Sorry, it's different here. And for those of you watching around the world, we're also the public address announcers here for the local guys. The ScreenWorks Jumbotron is set up over there, a big video board. I know I said that one, but they're all video boards. But the ScreenWorks crew's over there, so you can get a lot of the stuff you can see that you can't see maybe in your particular portion of the course. You can see just by looking at the monitor. And these are all the behind the scenes, some new faces to the 2014 season.
That's real cool right there. Dirt Sports Magazine. You want to keep up to date with what's going on. Stop down and see those guys. They have free issues of all dirt, everything in the dirt, off-road, desert, short course, stadium, everything. They've got it there, so stop down and see the guys from Dirt Sports Magazine. Get your current issue. Hey, there we are.
Yeah, there's we are in the Husqvarna banner. Did you know
I'm the guy shivering.
Did you know that Husqvarna is the largest outdoor power equipment manufacturer in the world? They offer a full line of lawn and garden equipment for the homeowner and the professionals. Chainsaws, trimmers, you name it, they've got it at Husqvarna.
And we also got to talk about Cooper Tires, really big on coming into the series a few years ago, and they just keep amping it up and amping it up and amping it up. And they're the official tire of the TORC Series, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSO. Jeremy Meyer was up here just a moment ago, kind of overseeing. I kind of call him Geppetto. He kind of shows up out of nowhere and makes sure things are happening, and then he all of a sudden disappears quietly again. So
I haven't seen it since last year on the AMSO Arena Cross Tour, and let's just say we had a good time in Kansas City. If you want to win a MagnaFlow gear, TORC gear, or $100 towards a MagnaFlow Performance exhaust, it's simple. All you need to do is with your smartphone, take a photo today with a MagnaFlow logo somewhere in the picture, and during the weekend, tweet or Instagram the picture and hashtag both #MagnaFlow and #TORC Offroad. Don't forget to make sure you're following MagnaFlow and TORC Offroad too. The winners will be chosen throughout the weekend, but stop by the MagnaFlow rig to get full details and rules for the contest. Good luck. Again, MagnaFlow, one of our sponsors, helps support the people that support the sport of off-road racing here at TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. I think your personal driver, your daily driver's over there in the MagnaFlow booth as well. And I hear you're going to be set up with some nice-sounding, high-performing gear. Maybe.
Well, you know what? We got so much going on, and we're getting ready for more racing action this afternoon. I'm hearing things that you're not. But,
I'm buying you one for Christmas.
We'll be back in just a couple of moments with some more pre-race action. Stay tuned. Once again, we're here at Primm Valley Raceway, Primm, Nevada. We'll be back in just a moment.
The fastest name in radio control.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
In the middle of the Nevada desert, near the infamous city where people come from all over the world to hedge their bets. Just a short drive into the parched, barren landscape lies a revitalized glimmer of hope. Hope for those that can survive a war against the competition and against the odds. It will require the fearless resolve to put everything on the line. To win, you must wage an all-out battle against attrition, rivals, severe elements.
We got a fire! No, get the hell out!
And there will be many battles. Today, in the epicenter of this harsh and desolate landscape, is the first battle of a champion's war, which will test the very limits of man and machine. Welcome to the season opener of the nation's most intense racing series, TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL.
Welcome, everyone, on the World Wide Web. We're here in Primm, Nevada at the Primm Valley Resort Off-Road Raceway. It's round 1 and 2 of the Duel in the Desert. It's the opening rounds of the 2014 season, and I've got Robbie Floyd here with me, who's a veteran of almost every form of motorsport there is, but off-road. And so far, what do you think, man?
Until now, and I'm very impressed. I think it's only going to get better from here. A little track preparation as the guys, the crew, trying to set it up and try and make for a perfect day to kick off this 2014 TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. It is one of 7 venues that we'll travel to throughout the country. Well, we'll go to Crandon twice, but this is the one we've been waiting for, ready to kick it off. Now the day has finally arrived. Points are about to be set, and we'll try to determine who will be the kickoff to the new championship season.
It's been real interesting because it's really fun to walk around the pit area and explain things and kind of teach a new guy who's a veteran of other forms of motorsports, and all of a sudden just to watch your enthusiasm amp up a little degree here, a little degree more, and you're going, holy cow, this is your eyeballs are almost like the deer in the headlights, and so much action's going on, even in qualifying earlier this afternoon, and we've got you covered from the far side of the pits to the pit area, to the racetrack, to the concession area. This is actually probably one of the most scenic locations we're going to have all season long. Primm Valley is absolutely gorgeous out here in the desert, and just tons and tons of things that go on. And this track itself was built in 2006 and has got quite the history in itself with all the racing action here.
Yeah, it is a stadium-type track where you basically could see the entire track just in front of you laid out as we see the cats doing the coursework here. If I get to see a lot of these fans probably throughout the year on the Amsoil Arena Cross Series. This is an arena cross track, but for off-road. It is a U-shaped track. You have one right-hand turn. Everything else is a left, either tighter radius or a wider radius, but there's only one right-hand turn on this track, and then we have a little split section, as you see exactly right there on camera. When you come towards us on that right-hand lane, make that right-hand turn, then you have a decision. Do you go to the right side where it's smoother, lower, or do you keep all that momentum up and go to that left side where it may be faster, but you're going to have a double to deal with and maybe a little bit higher kicker?
Yeah, being in the air slows you down. Being on the ground speeds you up. And right now, we talked about the qualifying just a moment ago and some of the earlier practice action. We have got Kelly Snyder down in staging, and Kelly's got all the information with all kinds of new things for 2014. Kelly?
Well, thanks, guys. Not only did the TORC officials make changes to the track here in Primm, they also made changes to the way that qualifying works. These guys, instead of earning a point and extra points for qualifying with the fastest time, these guys do what they now call a dash for cash. So the top 3 qualifiers will go out on the racetrack, and whoever gets the fastest lap times in the order of 1, 2, 3 will designate which starting position they'll start in going into the race later this afternoon. So in Pro Light, we had CJ Greaves. In Pro 2, we had Chad Horde. And in Pro 4, we had Scott Douglas. Some new faces there in those top 3 positions underneath them in second and third, but also some oldies like Adrian Cheney and Johnny Greaves in Pro 4. Those guys are going to be battling for that top spot. So let's see if the guys who qualified 4th and on can catch up to those top 3 guys.
Well, thanks a lot, Kelly. And yeah, we're trying to pack about 10 pounds of you-know-what in about a 3-pound bag here, and we're just so much going on. And we hope everyone's going to stick around for this afternoon because we got some great racing action. 27 pro lights here this weekend, and largest field that we've had in a long, long time. Lots of new names, lots of new teams, new sponsors, new looks. And, I mean, I've started a lot of seasons with a lot of anticipation, anxious to see what's going on in the pits as you get here. But, man, the last 2 nights just walking around talking to drivers, talking to teams, and even the sponsors, this is amazing. This is some good stuff going on here.
Well, the man in charge, B.J. Burtwell, is good to have, somebody like that. He's into the marketing side of things, Armory Marketing. They took over this series, and they have different views, and they like putting it out there, like being on the web right now. For the rest of the world, those of you watching on the Motortrend channel, different views, different ways of doing things, but one thing in common is the passion for TORC, the Off-Road Championship. And then that's the main thing, that's the key, is how much he likes this series, and it's just only going to build from here.
Yeah, and with the social media is all involved, and I'm going to actually go right to the World Wide Web and talk about some of the people that I know that are watching on us. I know some guys that are in Okinawa, Japan right now at a Marine base watching us. My son-in-law is on a ship out in the Mediterranean, I believe it is. He can't tell us exactly where, but I'm kind of guessing. But so I know that he's got some guys. And while you're listening to us, don't be afraid to hashtag TORC. I mean, check in, go to our Facebook page, or I'm not into the whole Instagram and all that kind of stuff, but take pictures of you and your buddies wherever you're at, your family members. If you're in the campground, if all your buddies at the Marine base or Army or Navy, Air Force, wherever you're at, take pictures and put it on our Facebook page.
For some reason, we lost our PA announce, and we are to the rest of the world right now. But that's just kind of different. So some things that we're trying to work out as the day progresses. We'll try and get you scores, updates, and stuff like that. We didn't necessarily have timing and scoring originally, but we will try and do our very best to keep you as informed as we possibly can, as it looks like guys working on around behind us. There's a lot of action here, and if you're not here in person, this is a very good venue, well-fed venue, probably the best venue I've ever seen as far as mobile catering. But you can't go wrong here. A VIP section, there's a Monster Energy, a platform that can elevate that you can see. And
Monster's got a Monster Army here this weekend. And, in fact, we've got a text-to-win contest winner. First one on the track, there's the information right there on the screen about it. Winner ride-along, text TORC to 56938. Dial 56938 and the word TORC. And we're monitoring it right now. And it's Kurt Leduc is out there in the 2-seater with our first winner. It happens to be Mark Kwame's brother.
Hang on, hold my headset. I didn't know we were doing the 2-seater now.
I've driven that thing. That's a blast, man.
Well, they need to let me drive that thing.
That's Kurt Leduc himself out there driving around Mark Kwame's brother. Mark Kwame driving the bootlegger number 5 Pro 4, sponsored by let's see, Popcorn Sutton's White Whiskey. And, in fact, it was Kurt Leduc that was at this racetrack in 2008, gave a certain mega worldwide superstar or rider on this racetrack. And I'm being very honest with you. I'm telling you this. We heard him scream from the tabletop jump.
LeDuc did?
Yeah, no, not LeDuc. It was the guy who was giving it was Snoop Dogg. He actually took Snoop Dogg around this
For
track.
shizzle.
Oh, gosh, we heard him from all the way across the racetrack. The best part is, Kurt goes, if you give me a thumbs up, it means everything's going good. I'll go faster. If not so much, give me the thumbs down. I'll slow down a little bit.
He probably didn't want to let go, though.
And Kurt goes around, don't lift, finish the donut. Oh, couldn't quite do it.
Couldn't pull it off.
But no, it was a great time. It was fun because when they came in front of the crowd and Snoop Dogg gets out of the truck, and he's not just a rapper, he's a singer too. He starts singing right away.
That's funny.
I had the time of my life. He starts singing that, and Snoop Dogg doing that, and he goes, you know what? That was the coolest thing I've ever done in my entire life, and I never want to do it again.
That's
and
awesome.
riding with Kurt LeDuc, I can definitely see that being the case. But that's Kurt LeDuc out there with Mark Kwame's brother. Our first text-to-win winner of the afternoon. Detuned Pro 2 just a little bit. We don't want to turn it totally loose.
Hey, whether you're a sponsored pro or a weekend warrior, VP Racing Fuels are purpose-built to grab the lead and keep you there. Extreme off-road conditions bring out the best in VP. VP Fuels make more power, more consistent, and they're easy to find. For more info, visit vpracingfuels.com. Now he's starting to stretch it out a little bit, starting to get the track dialed.
Yeah, Kurt is known. In fact, he was really, really, really skying it off that tabletop for Snoop Dogg back in the day. And it looks like Richie's over there throwing the checkered flag. But Kurt LeDuc is known for not checkered flag. What's that mean?
I've got to get in that thing. I have to with Kurt, or I don't want you driving. That is the one thing that I am for certain.
I got my wife in that. She was with me. She rode with me. She told me a lot of things to do or not to do at the time.
Also like to thank our sponsor, Peak, the official antifreeze and coolant of the TORC series. American-owned with more than 65 years of hot and cold protection. Peak is right for your ride and your wallet. Peak, run true.
So once again, I want to emphasize, everybody, we have a text-to-win thing going. Let's see if we can get that up on the screen one more time, unless you have it there.
I'm not producing this thing, but I'm trying to look through my notes, because that is exactly what I was looking for, is trying to find out that number.
There it is.
There we go. Let me write that down.
Up on the screen right there. Dial 56938 and text the word TORC, T-O-R-C. Once again, dial 56938 and
T-O-R-C.
T-O-R-C to that number. And we've got somebody monitoring it right now. And you could be the next winner out there with Kurt LeDuc. You know what? If you're going to ride around the racetrack, you might as well have the man himself doing it. Kurt has got the resume beyond it. I don't think there's a continent across this globe he has not raced some sort of form of off-road on. The guy still gets it done. Great shot right there of the racetrack. If you look real closer, you can see the flags kind of well, I won't say they're waving in the wind, but they're definitely standing on end, so to speak, because the wind has picked up since this morning. Go ahead.
Radar Tires is here in what is sure to be a successful second season of racing with their Radar Renegade MT. You need to stop by their booth to get entered to win a set of Radar Tires and meet the Renegades. Pro-Lite drivers Luke Johnson, Cam Ramers, Ian Harris. Radar Tires is proud to support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation with a $5 donation for every Radar Tire purchased. Get social with them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or at radartires.com. So again, it's very simple to do. And we've got giveaways throughout the weekend. We're going to find out who our first Radar winner is later on. But you need to go over there and visit the Radar display booth to claim your prize. They'll be giving away a set of tires to one lucky fan each race weekend of the TORC series. To get entered, you simply head over to visit their booth. You get social with Radar Tires on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or at radartires.com. Again, a little bit of a slack time here for not only the fans here, just kicking back, testing out some of those burritos from the mobile coaches behind me, but also those of you watching around the world. We are doing a little track preparation. We've had qualifying. Kelly Snyder, Taylor Snyder down there getting the scoop on the ground level. Scott Wren and myself, Robbie Floyd, up here, high up here with the fans in the stands, checking things out. So we're going to take a little break here at Torque the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. We still have a ton of racing today. Don't go anywhere.
We build tires, but not tires like anybody else. We build Cooper tires for people, not just cars. People who are chauffeurs and shuttle pilots, heavy haulers and heavy hitters. More than what your Cooper tires can do, it's about what you can do with your Cooper tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. Time chem block.
Well, once again, welcome back to Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway here at Primm, Nevada. It's about 22 miles south of Las Vegas. And I guess as far as desert goes, this is a beautiful day. It's not 112 degrees. It's not 50-mile-an-hour winds. Probably about, 68 degrees, right around 70-ish kind of.
I don't know. It feels cooler than that. But that's a wind chill that's probably this making it feeling. Yeah, but I think you're right. I want to remind everybody that Fueling Torque this weekend is Nitto Tire. Come to visit Nitto's booth to check out their full line of Grappler Series light truck tires and to receive your free Nitto drawstring backpacks. Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts, but also MagnaFlow is here. We talked about them a little earlier. If you want to win MagnaFlow gear, torque gear, or $100 towards a MagnaFlow performance exhaust, it's simple. All you need is a smartphone. Take a photo today with a MagnaFlow logo somewhere in the picture. During the weekend, tweet or Instagram the picture and hashtag both hashtag MagnaFlow and hashtag Torque Off-Road. Don't forget to make sure you are following MagnaFlow and Torque Off-Road too while you're at it. And the winners will be chosen throughout the weekend. Stop by the MagnaFlow rig to get your full details and rules for the contest. And most importantly, good luck.
Oh, it's
a lot of free stuff given away here. And very simple things to do to get that stuff.
Well, I guess I think a lot of the fans, majority of the fans that are here have been on an off-road race before, but just in case you haven't, this is I call it a fan interactive sport as compared to be a reactive. We want them interactive. You got your ticket. It's free to get in, but the thing is you can go anywhere in the pits.
Yeah.
You can go right up to the drivers. Half the time you can actually grab a mud scraper and help them scrape the fenders clean after a race. A lot of the guys, there's stories back there where that's how some of the crew members got started. They were just a fan, and they just saw a couple of guys scraping mud, so they grabbed an extra one and started doing it.
Dirt groupie turned master mechanic.
Yeah,
probably.
Exactly. In fact, the crew chief for Scott Douglas was in grade school at the time, and was just this off-road racer moved in next door, showed up on his BMX bike that was wore out, wanted a brand new one, had to figure out a way to pay for it, so he asked if he could sweep the shop floors. Well, he got a new BMX bike eventually, and now went to school. And now he's graduated, and now is the crew chief for Scott Douglas and designed and built the Pro 4 that he's running from last year.
And he's gotten another bicycle since then. So, I mean, that just shows you it pays well.
Yeah, he's also got a Mustang 5.0. And
yeah, I hear it's pretty strong, too. All right, so when we're talking about the track prep, they're watering it at different sections of the track, but really the first turn seems to be the one that gets churned up the most. You questioned or wondered if we would see anything around the last turn heading down towards the front straightaway, but it looks like most of the attention is going to the far right side as we are looking from the stands, or this left side as we're looking on camera.
Yeah, it's when they come off that tabletop, it looks like as you're looking at from the camera or from here in the stands, it looks like probably about close to 100 yards from the first torque banner to the tabletop. Well, keep in mind they're probably going about 80, 85 miles an hour, and that's very quick. You have to get that thing set to turn left as you're landing. And a lot of the guys will actually, as they take off, try to maneuver that truck in the air to kind of halfway pitch it a little bit to the left, so you're kind of pointed in that direction already. And that turn is actually, it looks like it's a real nice, even bow, so to speak, or a turn or a radius.
Right.
But it actually gets real sharp coming out of the corners.
Decreasing radius.
So, you actually have to pitch it twice almost to come out of that corner.
I noticed, again, I come into this sport not knowing many people, but one guy I do know is Ari Leyendijk Jr., who many people seen from The Bachelorette, and he was one of the bachelors on there. But a different sport for him. He just got into it last year, and he's a former Indy Lights winner. And I noticed one thing about him, and Grant Langston and I were talking, he was pitching, doing that Scandinavian flick coming into that first turn, and he was doing it more than anybody. And I went to go talk to him earlier, and he told me the answer before I could even ask. I asked about setup, and he said he was having understeer, which means that the truck doesn't want to turn. It just wants to push towards that outside. So he was actually having to do that. And I knew he was making him go a little slower, having to do it that much. But he has to have some way of getting that truck to rotate. And coming from a different world, you would never do anything like that in the IndyCar series or Indy Lights. But there's something that he had to develop. You see it a lot in World Rally, but sometimes it does scrub speed. So he's got to figure out, and all these guys have to figure out how to set up this truck. Is it a suspension question that maybe I transfer some of the weight? Put more weight on the front end, it's going to want to turn. But when I put more weight on the front end, it's going to make the back end a little lighter, and now I'm not getting the grip I had before. Maybe I've got so much grip in the rear that it's pushing me towards that turn. There's so many variables that these guys have to work with day in and day out, and the changing conditions, like just re-grooming and reworking this track right now, that they're constantly trying to stay on top of it.
There's so many different, you bring up turning, there's so many different methods to try to figure out how to get these things to rotate. One is front tire grooving, more radius kind of cutting around the tire. That will help.
Brake.
There's also rear grooving that can be done to help to get the thing to rotate, to help turn, believe it or not. There's also the braking system inside. You can adjust more front brake bias, less brake, more in the rear, more in the front, however you want to do it. There's also, if you look closely, some of the trucks have two brake pedals, and they kind of overlap each other. And if you want both brake pedals to
now, is that a left and a right or a front? That's a left and right.
It's actually, well, it's kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but they're kind of overlap. If you want both rear brakes, you hit where the pedal overlaps. If you want just kind of only one side or the other, you can't do both.
This techno jargon is really
you kind of you hit the middle and they both accentuate. Okay, then if you want just one side, you push on the other pedal. So that helps the truck rotate as well.
Right.
So there's all kinds of things. Also in Pro 4, we kind of mentioned before that sometimes it's each team does it differently. There's some sort of mechanism that it's done by lifting on the throttle, pressing on the brake, a really harsh turn in the steering wheel.
You're talking about the amount of front to rear, how much grab is.
Will actually slow down the front of the truck or actually turn off front wheel drive and help that truck turn. As soon as the truck is set, they get back on the throttle, they straighten out the steering wheel, whatever it may be, and all of a sudden all four tires are grabbing once again.
We see some of the trucks starting to work their way up. The Pro Lights will be the first class of the afternoon. The Pro Lights starting to make their way over towards that staging area. And I asked you this yesterday, but signifying, it looks like for the most part signifying the Pro Light trucks, and they do look similar. Several of these do, but the Pro Lights typically have that yellow background on them.
Well, as far as the number plates go, yeah. Now that's one of the newer drivers right there, Hunter, coming out. They're actually on their way to staging for the first race of the afternoon on the far side of the track, actually at the entrance of the final turn. But as we get ready to go, that as we look at the fence, and right there, once again, that's the Pro 2 two-seater. Not sure if we're going to be bringing that out again or not before the first race, but boy, a lot of work has been done on that season 2. So a lot of things going on as we have 24 trucks ready to go for Pro Light coming up in just a couple of minutes as they make their way to staging.
Now, we started with 27. Are we called down to 24? Just take the top 24? I mean, either way, we're down to 24.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened. I want to say I'm glad to see C.J. Greaves out there. I'm trying to remember. There were some mechanical issues on some of the trucks out there. And I'm trying to see any names that are not. Joey Sylvester, he's out there. Kincaid, our defending class champion, he's qualified 4th. Here's kind of like here's our top 10 qualifiers actually. Ryan Beat, Travis Dinsmore in the 43, he qualified 10th this morning. Ryan Beat qualified 9th. Kyle Hart, kind of surprised by that. I'm expected more out of him in the 41. He qualified 8th. Joey Sylvester, his first full season running in a Pro Light in the off-road series. He's more known for a monster truck driver and Bad Habit, and was very accomplished in that. Now has sold his entire monster truck operation and he's jumped into the short course pool. Let's see, Jarrett Brooks, who's really quick. I kind of expected him to be do a little better in qualifying because he's a very strong young man. Brad Lovell, former class champion from 2 years ago, qualified 5th. 4th spot, Keegan Kincaid. He's defending class champion, and Jeff Kincaid's son. Doug Matag is 3rd. Bradley Morris 4th. And C.J. Greaves, who I'm sure I'm going to hear a lot from tonight afterwards, our top qualifier in Pro Light. And there's another good shot of our tech semi that will be getting a lot of use this weekend. It's actually got awning set up on both the back side and the front side that you're looking at right now. That's kind of where post-race issues are brought up, if there are any.
And it wasn't in the Pro 2 also, C.J. Greaves, who's a top qualifier in this. They're back there probably working on that truck as well.
Yeah, we got a report from him. He didn't even make I think he made 1 turn in qualifying. And we got reports from Kelly Snyder that broke a front spindle. And, boy, that's just something that's very, very unusual. I mean, look at the jumps that he hit, and they're nothing big. Yeah. And didn't even make it through turn 1 and broke a spindle. So they pulled that truck off the track. And that's more labor-intensive than putting a truck out for the day, because you got to do a lot to take that front end apart, take the shock off, the upper and lower A-arms to get to the spindle and the ball joints. And it's just very, very labor-intensive. Right now, it'll also be a great chance for some of the fans in the stands that we have probably got the best variety of food that we've ever had here at Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway. With all these wagons here, man, some great stuff. All kinds of variety, everything from Chinese to Mexican, and I didn't have a chance to see the entire lineup we have, but I want to say we have a good half dozen, 7 or 8 different trucks out here, so you got to go check it out, as well as we got the semi here with all the official TORC apparel.
I'm going Mexican.
Directly behind us,
I went Mexican.
You went Mexican? You're from Texas. You can have Mexican every day.
I know, and I'm Texican. I like it. It is very good. It is very good. Also, a reminder, you talked about it just a moment ago, is you see we're in the backdrop of this cool facility, Buffalo Bills, and the just to the left of that shot, the big roller coaster, and there's a track right here.
Yeah.
But you talked about it, how the fans can actually go down to the pits. You're just literally, let me see, less than 500 yards away from that roller coaster to the pits, probably even 300 yards.
The pits are between here and the roller coaster, yeah.
Right, and you can go out and see your favorite driver. They usually don't want you getting all up in their business right now because, they are working. This is pay time. This is money time. But you've got a hotel. You've got a lot of entertainment stuff, and we're just part of that entertainment package. You're seeing that final turn as they head towards this front straightaway. We're wondering if they were going to do any track.
NASCAR Truck Series ran at Eldora last year. Tony Stewart designed or built that track for that event to have a blue groove. He wanted a blue groove, and we get it quite often in off road, but it's not the perfect setup for us.
No,
but it's all a matter of timing of the water.
You find the other groove. If there's one blue, it's generally not the entire turn.
Yeah. Well, also here with the off-road, I'm looking at that final turn once again, and when you're coming at that final turn, that wall is very hard to see because it looks like dirt, because you see it's actually thrown. It's
been roosted.
Thrown up. Well, that'll be a bank pretty soon and be like dirt and marbles, and if you get that right front touching that, it'll suck you up like quicksand up into that wall.
Yeah, hook it.
And a lot of the guys are Steve Kinzer guys. This afternoon, this morning during qualifying, they had that right rear right up against that wall all the way around. And I'm telling you, the off-road guys are very, very talented drivers, and probably don't get enough credit for being the talented kind of driver that they are. I mean, Brendan Gaughan, Jimmy Johnson, a few. I mean, there's a lot of guys that run in the desert, that run in NASCAR, different divisions. But, I mean, and you've got a lot of experience in other forms of motorsports that you cover.
Yes, I do. Then we're going to step away for just a moment. Again, you don't want to hear us all day long talking about the wonderful track preparation, but they are taking care of the track to try and make the track a little bit better for the main events, the stuff. As these guys are on a thrill ride on the big roller coaster, we hope you have a good time and quite the thrill ride here at TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
Once again, welcome back to Primm Valley Resort and Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway here in Primm, Nevada. Did I say Primm enough times?
You said Primm.
But what a great shot of that dirt. How about that, huh? As we get ready for the first race this afternoon, we've got the Pro Light back getting ready back in staging. And, Robbie, we got some more homework to do here, huh?
Yeah, a lot of stuff to give away. And Radar Tires is here in what is sure to be a successful second season of racing with their Radar Renegade MT. Stop by their booth and get entered to win a set of Radar Tires and meet the Renegades. Pro Light drivers Luke Johnson, Cam Reimers, and Ian Harris. Radar Tires are proud to support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation with a $5 donation for every Radar Tire purchased. Get social with them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or at radartires.com. Also, for any engine, choose AMSOIL, the official oil of the TORC series. Visit AMSOIL.com for more information on what products to choose for whatever you drive. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. This is stop number 1 of TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. We call it the Duel in the Desert. Glad you could be a part of it, watching around the world on YouTube, on the Motortrend channel, and also here live. Several people here starting to fill back up as the track prep is still underway, and they're doing some more final touch grooming as we get to the racing. We saw qualifying earlier. Those who missed it, we've got the field set for the racing now. Now it's the nitty-gritty. This is when they start paying the bills.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and they are definitely in staging right now as we can just a little bit out of sight on the other side of the fence and entering into the final corner. But again, it's really cool that social media is such involved in it. I'm getting you'll probably eventually when you get into this, you'll be getting as much as I do. I'm getting text messages from friends and family members all over the country. I'm supposed to call out Megan Hart, daughter of
you're really doing shout-outs right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Marty Hart, who had a birthday this weekend. She wished she could be here. She had a birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to them. I know they're listening.
Happy birthday.
Again, the military, all the military that's watching all across the globe, we want to thank you so much. And for the fans that are here, once again, look at that screen over there to the right side and grab your smartphones right now and dial the number 56938. 56938 and text the word TORC. And it's being monitored right now. And the thing is, you could be the next winner of
the ride-along.
Yeah, the ride-along with Kurt Leduc in that TORC Pro 2 two-seater. We had Mark Kwame's brother. I think he said his name was Tim. Tim Kwame out there with Kurt Leduc. And that was like 5-6 laps he got.
Yeah, he said notice standard message rates apply, and it had, the rules are at this thing. I don't know if I'm eligible. I don't know if I'm eligible, but I am about
quit
to
your whining
I'm about to
already.
put my name in the hat because I dig free stuff. And if all I have to do is tag 56938 and just tag the word TORC, TORC, it's that simple.
Well, if you want to keep the data with anything that's going on in the off-road world when it comes to, go to the website, torqueseries.com, and everything is right there. And there's tons of pictures. There's tons of videos. Again, I can't emphasize enough if you're watching us on the World Wide Web, take pictures and tag TORC Series. And if you're in the stands, do the same thing. Go to our Facebook page. It's all about trying to get more people involved in the sport, and I really like to call this it's an interactive sport. It's not something you have to look through a fence. You don't look through a window into the pit area. You're right there looking at the semis, hanging out with the guys.
And if you look out the window, you can see the Cooper Tire truck over there. And Cooper Tire is an official partner of the TORC Series. To locate a Cooper Tire dealer near you, visit coopertire.com. And Monster, there's a big Monster setup too. If you're a fan of Monster Energy
That's
drink.
a condominium.
Yeah, they have a VIP and a double VIP section over there.
I think it's now 4 levels instead of, I think it was 2. Now I believe it's 4. But don't forget Twitter at torqueoffroad.com, Instagram at torqueoffroad, and don't forget about just hashtag everything, man. It's like
you've got it all lined up there, man.
This is from the boss, man. Facebook, www.facebook.com/torque. And I go a real special call out to some friends of mine in northern Michigan who are probably the biggest off-road fans in the world, and that's the Smith boys. And you'll have a chance to meet them later on this summer. The Smith boys, Brent and Brock, up in Bark River, Michigan. So
hey, we want to remind everybody that you are watching live online and also here in person, but also it's going to be on the NBC Sports Network, and we'll try and get you those dates when they become available. But NBC Sports Network, I believe it is my buddy Tess Sewell doing the play-by-play with Grant Langston, a former Supercross and Motocross champion, and you got your buddies doing the down on the field report. Tony Bachhoven.
Oh, Tony. Oh,
yeah, Tony
Beefcake.
Yeah, we have Tony Bachhoven as well as Christy Lee doing the scoop down there on trackside. So this will all be aired on NBC Sports Network.
Yeah, we got and the thing is, I really like what we're doing with the live stream this year and the World Wide Web, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. I mean, it's really neat to go to those social media websites and look at everyone and that's checked in and taking pictures of wherever they're at. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what part of the country, what state, what city, what country you're in, what military base you're from. That's what it's fun. That's when it's fun for us, And again, I want to thank all the personnel that are serving our country, our military personnel serving our country. Thank you guys so much. Very, very special place in my heart.
When we get things dialed up here, I hopefully, since we do have such a big online presence, maybe we can start answering questions that fans may have, like you'll see in the television shows, because we are doing it live and you're watching it live online. So when we get set up, this is the first event. Maybe we can, later on down the road, maybe ask some of the questions that the fans may have. And everybody has questions. Our job is to try and answer the questions that we think you may want to ask. But maybe we'll try and get something set up there hopefully soon as well.
I think you're going to shock yourself when we can start going back to Midwest and you're going to see how big this sport is.
Well, they know all the answers.
Yeah, that's when we're the retards. It's
they tell you.
They tell us. So there's some more people. Paul Elby, Paul from up in Crandon. He's one of the crazy guys that just opens up his heart and I tell you what, you hang out with him, he's got the best smoked meat back in the pit area. You're going to go home with the biggest belly full of food.
That's the word.
I'm telling you right now. Also, Lana and Hope, you guys should be here. They actually came out to Lancaster a couple years ago from Wisconsin just for the Rick Huseman Memorial. And by the way, I believe Michelle Huseman is here this weekend. I heard she was coming, and if you're here, we love the fact that you're here. Thank you so much for coming up, Michelle, and our hearts are still with you. We love you so much, so thank you for being here, Michelle.
A great guy, great competitor, and I didn't personally know him. I know you did, but I have so many friends that were friends with him, and it's just a terrible loss. That particular day. You talk about the different parts of the schedule. When we look at our schedule, I always thought Crandon. Okay, that's the one I want to see. I hear that's the big daddy. That's a
bucket list, baby.
I want to do there. But I'm looking at this. I'm like, there's not a bad venue. I mean, Bark River is way on up there. I haven't been to the UP basically in a long time. But Sturgis, oh man,
I'm scared.
I heard that's right in the middle of the mayhem. I mean, it's like during midweek. if you're riding a bike out to Sturgis, now you can also check out Torque the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. But we're going to be there, and that's going to be awesome. I mean, that could be a destination venue for either the off-road enthusiast that wants to get a little piece of the bike stuff, or it could be the bike enthusiast that gets to get a taste of the off-road.
My experience has been where, you know, the bikers are some really, really, really down-to-earth, really cool guys.
Yep.
And they got the most beautiful pieces of machinery, and they're spit shine in absolutely perfect condition. And I happened to have a chance to do a monster truck event there, and one of the guys in the monster trucks just came into a corner real hard and just threw the thing sideways and roosted the entire side of that end of the venue, and everybody's bike just got loaded with mud.
Not good.
And they loved it.
Oh, not good.
And if they like that, and we go there with this, it's going to be fun to see. But, yeah, Sturgis is going to be – what a beautiful area. I had a chance to be up there in Deadwood, South Dakota this winter, and not very far, probably like 20 miles from Sturgis, and I was just shocked at how gorgeous it is right there. Yeah, the venues that we go to are just absolutely off the hook, and it's just a great – I mean, obviously Crandon twice, Bark River we're going to. So much history at those two tracks. Then we're going back to Charlotte, which is really, really cool. That's neat. That's someplace that we just should never have left, should have kept on going. The NASCAR people are so cool there when you're part of it. More homework, I guess, huh?
Yeah, Blue DEF, the official diesel exhaust fluid of the Torque Series and the nation #1 selling DEF brand. Available in over 25,000 retail locations, Blue DEF is the only brand to trust in your SCR-equipped diesel car or truck. And also, Maxxis tires are trusted by Torque champions because our products take drivers on the podium each year and year after year. Be sure to visit the new Maxxis.com, MaxxisRacing.com, or that's Maxxis-Racing.com, and stop by the Maxxis support truck to learn more about Maxxis tire products, including ultra-high performance passenger, trailer, light truck, and SUV tires. I'd like to thank the people at Maxxis. You know, I live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and they got a massive Maxxis warehouse right there in front of the DFW airport. And I always wanted to take a look in there. Maybe I can get a behind-the-scenes look here now that I'm tied in with the Torque Series. You know.
I'm going to make out one more call out.
What's
one more.
Another shout-out? Your
one
phone
more.
blowing up again.
No, Ron Stukenberg, a friend of mine who's been involved in off-road quite a while.
It's his birthday, too?
No. He's retired and enjoying life the way he should be. Was with Nissan for quite some time and was part of this sport a lot. In fact, he was here at a couple races last year, but he's probably on his front porch, where is it, in Tennessee, I think it is, or Kentucky, Tennessee, and enjoying life. So Ron,
Kentucky.
Yeah. It wasn't me, Ron. I didn't say that.
Tennessee.
That was this guy right here. It's just so cool. And the thing is, look, and the people are still filing in. This is what's so neat, too.
Yeah, no, they know. They know it's about to get ready to go down here. And the qualifying doing it looks like, I don't know, it looks like the track's pretty darn prepped. They're trying to get some water down. Looks like that infield turn, the one right-hand turn. Again, it's kind of like a AMSOIL Arena Cross track, a typical U-shaped track. But this probably be the only time we see the U, or we see it when we go to Charlotte as well.
I think we'll see variations of this at Charlotte. At some of the smaller tracks we'll see it. But you know what? I was just told that we need to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few moments with opening ceremonies at our first race of the afternoon, Pro Light.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at HomeDepot.com or visit your local dealer.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSOIL on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSOIL driver. and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Once again, welcome back, everybody. We're here in Primm, Nevada. Fantastically beautiful weather here at Primm Valley Resort and Off-Road Raceway. It's rounds 1 and 2 of Duel in the Desert. It's the 2014 season opener of the TORC Off-Road Championship, presented by Amsoil. I do so many series and it's named so differently. I'm still screwing it up, so I apologize. But you know what? We got great weather. We got fantastic field of pro lights ready to come out here. 24 trucks will be coming out here. And Robbie Floyd, this will be the first live off-road race you've ever seen, man.
Yes, it will be. And it looks like the track is up to perfection. 24 guys on this track at the same time. I'm thinking we're going to be concerned with possibly some lap traffic. I mean, there's always something to look at. We'll try and give you the update. Everything we say is officially unofficial, but we will try and give you the update throughout the race. But I think lap traffic is going to play a part where we haven't seen the guys all out there really pushing it at that level. 24.
It's going to be really interesting because we have rolling starts. I mean, that's what's cool about the TORC series. Some tracks have rolling starts. Some tracks we're going to have what's called the land rush start, and everything's always different, so the guys can't get used to anything. They can't get an expert in one certain area, one certain field. Today we're going to be having a rolling start. We're going to have a great opening ceremonies with the pro lights out in front of everybody. Dak to get to meet. We've got a 15-year-old out there in a pro light, and we've got a 55-year-old out there in a pro light, and everything in between. And all these drivers know how to get it on, man.
And setup, too, because the track is different than when they were out there earlier. Actually, the pro light's got a pretty fresh track to begin with, but it had gotten progressively degraded, and they changed all that. It is now back to a smooth, brand-new track again. So it's something that they're going to have to maybe make adjustments, or do you not? Especially if you're the pro lights when you were the first guys out there today. What's your professional opinion? Would you have made many adjustments? Because it does look very similar than it did earlier today.
Well, my biggest thing is tires. There was enough practice in the last day or two that the shocks, valving and spring rates and everything should be okay. My biggest thing is going to be tires and tire grooving, tire pressures.
Right.
What's the track going to be like the moment they hit the track? Here's the other thing. When the trucks come out for opening ceremonies, right now the track is in absolutely perfect conditions. We're going to say, 5 minutes for opening ceremonies, national anthem, things like that. The track's going to change in 5 minutes. What's going to be like then?
Because of the wind.
The wind, yeah, the wind. Are they going to come out here with, like we talk about, open grooving tires, real big grooves, or we're going to be real thin grooves and more tread on the tracks? We're going to find out, right? I mean, you can see the wind doesn't look all that bad right now, but earlier this morning it was absolutely crazy. Just a stiff wind going into that huge tabletop jump. They were going right into it. Scott Douglas, believe it or not, set fast time and dragged the back bumper. He was almost 90 degrees to the ground, slammed down, and still maintained the quickest qualifying time.
Look at the crowd. Awesome. If we can see what this crowd looks like, that's looking away from the stands out towards the 15 freeway connecting, L.A. area as well as Las Vegas. Work your way all the way up to Salt Lake City. But the crowd, they turned out today. This is the first stop of 7 different venues that we will travel to across the country. And it's kicking off in a big way. And I'd like to welcome everybody and thank everybody for watching online on YouTube on the Motortrend channel. Thank you for watching. And we have the Snyder sisters down there as well.
The bosses.
Kelly and Taylor will be down there getting not only the scoop but also the winners' interviews as well. Good to have both of them here, Scott Wren.
Yeah, it's almost like we have 2 shows going. We had a qualifying show this afternoon or this morning, and then had a little bit of break, did a lot of track work, got some information going on in the pit area. Fans had a chance to go back and check some of the food booths and some of the manufacturer midway, I like to call it, with some of the sponsors and their setups. And now we're going to go racing.
Right, and then we're looking at the stands out there, the fans ready to kick things off. And to the left, the far left, there was a Monster VIP area as well. So a lot of places, a lot of vantage points to watch TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by Amsoil, and also out in the pits as well. You don't necessarily have to have a pit pass to get in the pits.
That's my biggest thing right there. I got to let everybody know. I hate to interrupt you. I apologize, Robbie, but that's been my thing for years. You're inside the gate. Now you can go anywhere you want. Walk through the pit area. There's no fence to look through, no window, no wall you have to peek over. You can actually walk up to some of these race teams. They get pictures with them. They all got posters. Get their autographs. They've got crew members to work on the race truck. They're here for the fans, the drivers. And here's one cool thing. I've seen it more than a couple of times where the drivers get the biggest kick out of it when the fans go up to the crew members and get their autographs and walk right by the driver. And, you know, those are the guys behind the scenes that really make this sport go.
Oh, yeah. Again, this is somewhat a slight intermission as they're doing the final track preparation. The guys, you can hear them and see them in the background shots lining up, getting ready in the staging area. 3 classes of racing today as well as tomorrow. We start off with the Pro Lights, then we move to the Pro 2s, and finally the Pro 4s. They progressively increase in horsepower and suspension. The cost of the truck gets more expensive as the day goes on. Start off with the Pro Lights and move to the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s. But the largest class as far as numbers-wise is the Pro Lights. 24 trucks hit the track at the same time.
You know, and let's take a step back and let's talk about what we're going to see in the track a little bit that other forms of motorsports you won't see. You won't see it for track racing. You won't see it in NASCAR. You can see some of the teams coming out in the middle of the infield area to set up the hot pits. Basically, if you have to pit in the middle of the racetrack to change a tire or whatever, they're setting it up right now. Some of the guys are coming out. It should be right around where the Cooper Tire tracks. This is an Amsoil.
Dead center of the track. 100%.
Dead center right there, yeah. Right on this side of the infield tabletop jump, I believe it is. But that's where the teams will be set up, where the hot pits. If you have to come in with a flat tire, even under yellow, your day pretty much is done, but still you're running for points. But another thing is the caution flags. We won't throw a full course caution very often. Will mostly be an area of caution flag leading up to an incident, and then once you pass the incident, back to green flag racing. Some little things like that.
Well, let's hope she doesn't have to worry about any incidents. Let's send it down to our partner who's giving us all the scoop this afternoon trackside, Kelly Snyder. Kelly?
Well, guys, we've talked about the whole Dash for Cash and the change in qualifying this year, but we're going to talk quickly to Bradley Morris. Bradley had the fastest time coming out of the first qualifying run, but after that second Dash for Cash, CJ took over that top spot. Bradley, was that hard for you? What do you think about this whole new Dash for Cash thing?
I mean, it was fun. That's fine. It was weird because they said that it was going to be 1 lap and it ended up being 2, and I had it on the first lap. But, oh well, I'm more concerned about the race than the dash, so hopefully go out here and beat them in this race.
Well, there's a new rule that they put in place also, so whoever's leading at the halfway point, if they can finish and finish in first place at the end of the race, they get cash. But if you upset whoever's leading at halfway, then you get the cash. Is that something that you're thinking about?
I don't know. I'm more here for the win and not the money. I want to come out here and I want to run for this championship this year, and so my focus is long-term, not short-term. So hopefully we can put our head down and go get the win.
Well, guys, he'll be starting in that second place spot on the outside of CJ Greaves, who took away that top spot seating. And Bradley Morris, you heard it here. He's going for the hardware. He's not looking for the cash. He wants the win.
Well, thanks to Kelly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway here in Primm, Nevada. As we get ready to go for opening ceremony, some of the teams are coming out in the infield and setting up their hot pits directly in front of the audience, and right in the middle of the racetrack, basically, as we wait for our pro light field to make their way onto the track. So for introduction. So if you can hear our voices back there in the pit area or back in manufacturer's noise, please make your way to your seats, as we are just moments away from today's opening ceremonies of round 1 and 2 of Duel in the Desert here, 2014 season. In fact, as we get ready to go, we'll be back in just a few moments for opening ceremonies. Don't go anywhere.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them, and then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
Once again, welcome back, everybody, here to Primm Valley Resort and Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway in here in southern Nevada. And right there's a great shot of staging. Our entire field of pro lights, as well as it looks like a few Pro 2s are making their way now. In fact, it sounds like Kelly Snyder has our defending class champion of pro light, Keegan Kincaid, down there as well. Kelly?
Well, thanks, Scott. You're right. I'm standing by with the 2013 Pro Light champ. Keegan, let's talk a little bit about this track. I know you came out and tested here about a week ago. How's the track changed since then, and do you like it? Is there anything that you focused on really with your truck before going into today's race?
The track's been great. Even when we came out here testing, it's just been flawless, and the track crew's been doing an amazing job keeping this track up. And, you know, just try to figure out our suspension and keep going forward, and hopefully we can put this Traxxas Pro Light on the podium today.
Well, let's talk quickly about the mandatory caution, some of the rule changes. I know they've taken away some of the data usage on here. What are your thoughts on all of that?
You know, everybody just wants to race apples to apples. Coming out here, racing against these guys, it's just anybody's game today, and should be an interesting race.
Okay, well, I'm sure Keegan will be looking to make it to the top of the box to defend that championship from 2013. And guys, he's starting in the 4th position, so he'll definitely have a chance to make his moves early on in this race. Scott?
Well, that's one interesting driver. Really, you got to keep your eye on. I don't want to say he was a surprise champion last year because he definitely earned it. But, man, when he was fast, he was really, really fast last year. And the thing is, top qualifier, can't take it away, C.J. Greaves.
Right, yeah, no, he's going to be fun or fast. And you mentioned the variance in age we see. We look at everybody in this class from 18 years old to 45 in this. So a varying age or degree of ages among the competitors that are going to be in this pro light class coming up. 55, actually. Randy Eller, 55 years old. I believe our oldest competitor. I didn't want to point that out, Randy, but I'm pointing that out.
Oh, I'm doing it right now. Randy, you are old.
Yeah, Methuselah, they call him back in the pits. But one thing with that, whenever you put guys that have some age on them and some experience on them against kids that a lot of times don't care, it makes for crazy, wild racing. And that's the case. And I'm not saying not care. They don't just throw caution. But they take chances sometimes where the 45, 55-year-old guy might not.
There's a no fear factor.
Right.
Yeah, even with the roll cage, there's a no fear factor. And, you know, even doing a ride with Kurt Leduc, oh, this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. And, you know, being us old guys, yeah, it's going to hurt. I guess the recovery factor isn't quite what it used to be.
Right.
But it's just the same because this is a starter class. It's a standardized chassis. It's a sealed crate motor. I'm not exactly sure what some of the ratings are this year because I know something has changed, but in the past it was right around, I want to say, between 450, 500 horsepower. The transmissions are sealed, 3-speed automatic transmissions. So it's a very controlled class. There's only 3 manufacturers, I think it is, that can produce these motors. They're the only ones that, if there's a motor problem, they're the only ones that can work on these things, and they reseal them again. So it's a very controlled, and USAC does a great job of tech inspecting these things and making sure everything is very on the up and up and very, very even. Pro 2, on the other hand, and especially Pro 4, are a whole different animal when it comes to the rules and regulations.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, as the day progresses, so do the cost of the trucks involved. But with the Pro Lights, which we'll see first, it keeps things affordable. I mean, you have the sealed motors, the sealed, you know, everything. They're trying to put it in the driver's hands and give the drivers comparable equipment. Now it's up to you to adjust this truck the way that you need to, but you don't have a motor that's got 100 horsepower than the next one. You know, I mean, you're on comparable equipment, and now it's up to you to fine-tune the things around you, and let's see who's got the best stuff.
Well, it's, you know, look at this racetrack, and there's one thing that always amazes me, even in motocross sometimes. You look at all the variances, the ruts, the inside line, the outside lines, where there could be rocks, the rhythm sections, the jumps, the tabletop, the wind. And the thing is, more times than not, we're talking tenths of a second of separation between these trucks on this track, just tenths of a second, and that's nothing on a track like this. You think maybe 2-3 seconds, but it's such an even playing field, and I mean, you can see a great shot right now of what's going on down in staging.
You're looking through staging. I turned around. I want you to just look at the people starting to pile in here. And look at the stands. Look down to your right and look to your left. There's a lot of people here already, and it's just now supposed to be getting underway. And you know how nobody's ever on time as far as, you know, walking up to an event. So the walk-up, the people behind me, it looks like they're maybe trying to fire up some of the trucks. I thought I heard some of them starting to light them up a little bit. But, I mean, it's just about race time, and this place is going to be packed. I mean, the great sponsors, the food vendors are back here, and the fans get to watch a good one here, the first stop of TORC, the Off-Road Championship.
The first year or so that we used to race out here when this track was first built, and I think Jeremy Meyer from Amsoil is standing right here as well. He may remember that. We had cars stopped out on the highway, cars and trucks stopped on the highway watching the racing from that far away when it was going on. And we literally had to call the highway patrol to come out here and move them because it was creating a dangerous situation. And, yep, we're getting so much closer to opening ceremonies because here comes our entire field of 24 pro lights for our opening ceremony.
This is going to be nuts, too, watching 24 guys on the track at the same time.
This is, gosh, I can't believe we had such a huge, long season, and I'm so excited right now on the inside. I'm almost in tears because it seems like it's been so long since we've seen this. And to me, this is the sport of all sports, and simply fantastic, and the involvement that these are such great people. The teams, they open up their hearts to all the fans, and I want to emphasize the fans that are here. Please don't go home after racing tonight. Stick around because that's when the action really starts. As they're tearing these things right down to the bare bolt, right down to the bare frame, get ready for racing again tomorrow.
I thought you were talking about the norteño music that we're going to have tonight. I guarantee you there's some Tejano music fans here in the stands because they've got a big concert here tonight. It's starting to get packed here as well. We're all about entertainment here at TORC, the Off-Road Championship, as the drivers lining up side by side, 24 total racers. It looks like one might not have made the grid because I'm seeing an odd number, or maybe it just has not pulled up yet. Oh, there we go. And the odd driver was CJ.
So probably still doing last-minute work in that pro, too.
Yeah, but how does that happen? His spot, I guess he'll go take his spot at the front of the field? It looks like he's going to, whether they let him or not. But again, he has not missed the call, it looks like. But there was some uneven rows.
This is so impressive. This is something I wish that everybody in the Midwest was able to be a part of. Everybody that I know back there in Crandon and Bark River and the whole Midwest, Wisconsin.
They're a part of it online right now.
Exactly, yeah.
And welcome everybody online watching from around the world. It is a super awesome event. This is our first one of the year. It only gets better from here on out. But the on-site attendance, awesome. Curious to see the numbers for everybody watching around the world. And those of the military personnel watching on ships and in bases all across the country, thank you for watching as well.
We're definitely thinking about all the service people right now, without a doubt. And they're still driving in. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah,
that
dude,
was
I'm
so
telling
neat,
you,
man.
you just turn around, man. And the walk-up,
wow.
The walk-up's getting crazy. Look, people down on the fence.
I got something for you. B.J. Burtwell, who's the man behind the scenes of this whole thing. What was it, Jeremy, 5 years ago? He didn't know anything about off-road. 5 years ago, he had never been to an off-road race. Didn't know nothing about it. And now 5 years later, he has been bit by the bug so hard, so bad, so deep, that he is the mastermind behind this whole thing right now. If there's a guy that's passionate about this sport, it's definitely that guy right there. Yep. All it takes is coming to an event once. Looks like the teams are all ready in the infield with the hot pit area. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's finally that time as we get ready to go with the first race. Once again, welcome everybody to the Duel in the Desert Round 1. How many people here are ready to see some off-road racing? We are on the World Wide Web, and everyone is watching in, and they're a part of this action as well. Once again, welcome here to Primm Valley Resort and Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway. Before we get started, we want to turn it over toward our podium area for our opening prayer. This afternoon, once again, our representative from Racers for Christ, Steve Hansen.
Dear Heavenly Father, we turn these drivers over to you today. We pray that you give them strength and courage as they go ahead and battle for this championship that they're going after. We pray that everybody here is safe, is sound, and they all make it safely across the finish line, but more importantly, they put on a great race for this dance here today. And in your name we pray. Amen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are moments away from hearing the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world. I'm talking about our very own national anthem. But before I do so, we need to recognize some very, very important people. Some of those people are not here with us today. They're our brothers, our sisters, sons, nephews, daughters, moms and dads, aunts and uncles, and maybe our best friends. So at this time, how about a big, huge round of applause of thank you to all of our service people serving our country, no matter where they are stationed across this globe. They are the ones that made that choice to put themselves in harm's way. So we are doing what we want to do. They made that choice to put themselves in harm's way so our children don't have to. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please, everyone, rise to your feet. And let's do it in all Nevada style. Let's thank our service people. Now please remain standing, and gentlemen, remove your hats, as once again we are about to hear the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world, in our very own United States. This afternoon, singing our national anthem is Sarah Hickey.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, their bombs bursting in and gave proof through the that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Once again, everyone, welcome to Primm Valley Resort and Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway. Myself, Scott Rain, along with Robbie. Robbie, you got to be loving this, man. The moment's here.
Yes, I am. 24 cars, or 24 trucks, rather. We're about to hit the track for the first time in a racing situation. We are done with qualifying. The fans have came out. The trucks have came out in numbers here in Pro Light, and we're about to get this thing started.
Well, let's now meet our starting lineup of 24 cars, starting from the back row. In the number 95, the Jack Links Beef entry, the number 95, that is Andrew Kosick. Alongside of him in the number 99, a driver out of Canada. How about that? The number 99 of Jeff Sleegers. Second row, now we're working our way forward. In the 22, brand new to short course off-road racing, teammates with we got Reimers. It is Ian Harris. Alongside of him, the number 42, out of Bark River, Michigan, it is Mark Kleiman. Starting that 20th spot, the number 9, he is out of Denair, California, Bobby Runyon. Alongside of him, he comes from Taylorsville, Illinois, driving that black Maxus number 11. It's the Ford of Randy Eller. And how about this? We have got father and son team out on the track for the first time this year. In the Kleiman boys, he comes out of Bark River, Michigan, also running for the Ponzi. Loggers' best friend logging equipment, it is the 48 of Cody Kleiman. Alongside of him, starting the 17th spot, the number 15, his first full season in off-road, driving the Husqvarna Herzog, number 15, the younger brother of Jimmy Johnson, it's Jesse Johnson. Alongside of him, out of Phoenix, Arizona, his first full season in Pro Light. Believe it or not, he has moved up from the Modified Kart Series. It's 16-year-old, number 5, the Nissan of Scotty Steele. Starting at 15th spot, the number 10, it's Eric Hunter. Alongside of him, in the 14th spot, the number 54, coming out of Alpine, California, driving a Dodge on Cooper tires, it is Brian Osborne. Alongside of him, he's got a lot to live up to, but this kid is busting his butt to live his dream. Starting in the 13th spot, number 14, out of San Diego, on Radar tires, it's Luke Johnson. Starting at 12th spot, number 21, out of Ogden, Iowa. He is now running a 2-truck team for the first time with SSI decals, tie loop, and Maxon. It's Cam Ramers. Alongside of him, out of one of the Colorado riders, he starts in 11th spot, number 27. The only Chevrolet in the field, riding for Maxxis, Amsoil, and Pack Springs, it is Sean Morris. Another driver out of Canada, the number 43, it's Travis Dinsmore. And how about this? Coming from one series to another, and this kid is no slouch whatsoever. Driver number 51, it is Ryan Beat. Another driver out of Louisiana. His dad will be out here in just a moment in Pro 2, the number 41, ready lift entry of Kyle Hart. Starting at 7th spot, how about this? A top 10 qualifier for this driver. In the number 8, he is more known for being a world champion in monster truck racing. He is now all about short course off-road out of Canfield, Ohio, running a Dodge. It's a JS Team Cooper tires of Joey Sylvester. And starting at 6th spot, he's a very young driver, but keep your eye on him. He's very, very quick. The number 77 of Jared Brooks out of Alpine, California. Next driver, former class champion from 2 years ago, out of Colorado, the Amsoil Nissan number 44 of Brad Lovell. Qualifying 4th in row number 2, defending class champion, driving the Traxxas number 7, Keegan Kincaid. Our next driver out of Temecula, California. He's been in this series before, and he's always been quick. Driving Ford, Cooper Tire, Ithaca, and Walker Evans wheels, it's Doug Matag. Starting that front row, second quick, driving the number 24, K&N Filters entry. It is Bradley Morris. And on the front row, fast qualifier from just north of Green Bay, Wisconsin, running Pro Light and Pro 2. The Monster Energy Toyota Method Wheels and Maxxis Tire, number 33, CJ Greaves. Well, I hope the World Wide Web is ready, because we are here at Primm Valley. On your feet, here we go with the Greaves.
No question, CJ Greaves got the whole shot down the front straightaway. He was the first one on the throttle in that designated area. He takes that left-hand turn first.
Oh, we got Bradley Morris sideways. He'll fall back from second. Now he's mid-pack. Tough break for Bradley Morris. Couldn't see if he got turned around, but now I'm not even sure if he's in the top 10. It's CJ Greaves, Keegan Kincaid.
Sylvester back in third. A little separation between first and second, third and fourth, and then they are really packed in tight around fifth.
How about Joey Sylvester? I think this is his third race. He ran twice in Chicago last year. So his third race in Pro Light, running right now in top 3. Here comes Matag on the outside. Matag battling with Joey Sylvester for second. I'm sorry, for third. Greaves goes to the outside. Here comes Kincaid inside. Kincaid made up a little bit of ground on our leader. Mittag now going after Sylvester. Mittag may have the spot on the inside.
Looks like he does, but he goes to the outside and lets Sylvester go to the inside. Look at him side by side making that left-hand turn.
Mittag coming right back. Sylvester hanging on to third. And here comes Jared Brooks.
As we're looking at our leaders right now, Greaves out in front, and you see the yellow flag waving, one truck.
Oh no, that is it was
the last turn.
Actually, one truck was stopped on the track and one's pulled off to the inside. It looks like it's one of the climate trucks on the inside. Not sure which one.
So a full course yellow, not just a local
Oh,
yellow.
and Randy Eller in turn 4. So Randy Eller's he's got big damage in the right front of Randy Eller and the number 11 Ford of Taylorville, Illinois, as he's not getting pulled off the track. He's getting dragged off the track.
So don't know what happened going into that last turn, that last left. Not a sharp turn. That's the widest turn.
You look at the camera right now. Sean Morris has got major damage to the front of his truck. It may be just cosmetic as he was able to get the front of the hood pulled off. So now he's got nothing in the front. Again, hopefully it's just cosmetic. But man, there's so much going on. Couldn't see where it was going, where it was happening. But right now, one of the climate trucks is off the track. Randy Eller's off the track, and it looks like Sean Morris at least at the least has oh no, way off on the right side. We got a big time problem right now. Big damage it looks like with Brad Lovell as he's going off the track on a toe strap as well. Huge names being pulled off the track early on in this race.
That's a top 5. That was your 5th qualifier over there on that far side, having to be towed to the infield. All right, before we go back to the racing, let's go down to Kelly Snyder.
Well, guys, standing back here, a huge crash in the big sweeper going into the front straightaway to cross the flag stand. These guys had a full course caution. We had them stopped up there on the jump. It looked like Brad Lovell and Randy Eller were involved in that, as well as Mark Kleiman. So a big crash. They're trying to get these trucks removed as quickly as possible and make sure that all the drivers are as safe as they can be.
Thanks, Kelly. And it looks like setting up single file right now. So, yeah, some big names who is in. It looks like somebody restarted trying to find their little position there.
Brad Lovell's going to try and get his way in there. Now, keep in mind, but already going back to green right away. Brad Lovell looks like only cosmetic damage in front of that truck as he pulls in right behind Brad Morris. So that's an interesting call there, so I'm not exactly sure.
He was trying to find his place back in line, but had to get towed to that infield. Whoa, the 7 is
Kincaid
all over the
bouncing all over the place, able to hang it on. But that's not unusual. That's how these pro lights have to go through that rhythm section. But that's the fast way. That's how they're doing it. I want to say that was actually Mark Kleiman that pulled off early in the race. So Dad, I think it's Dad that's actually out of the race. Is once again, let's see, CJ Greaves has pulled out a pretty sizable lead, maybe about 2 seconds over Keegan Kincaid. And look at the difference of how they're flying off that tabletop earlier this afternoon.
The winds died down.
They are flying.
The winds died down, and they're keeping them a much better attitude.
Yeah.
CJ, look at him, almost single file coming down the straight.
Jesse Johnson's got a problem. The entire front end of his truck flapping up in the screen. He cannot see. Right now, it looks like it may be held on by 2, maybe 3 screws, and that's it as we go back to the front. Kincaid now getting pressure from behind by 2, maybe 3 trucks. And Jared Brooks in that 77. Here comes 81 Mittag. Mittag goes inside of Kincaid, way to the inside. And that's that split lane that we talked about earlier.
That looks like it enables Brooks also to make that decision on what he does. He knows that line. Now he's set up on the outside, going to try and get the drive as well. So that is the case. Jarrett Brooks now on the outside takes over position, and it looks like a yellow out again. I'm seeing single file. I'm not seeing enough flags waving, but I know it is the case.
It's a full course yellow once again. This is something that's really unusual. I don't know if it's because of the track configuration. That may be the case, or the speeds. I mean, they're really going faster on this track, but we very seldom see full course yellow. And right now it looks like Matag and Keegan Kincaid are kind of having a little talk to about who's actually in second. Now, who was in second when the yellow flag comes out? That's where the question comes into play. But it sounds like, from what we're hearing, there was a rollover. You can't quite see exactly who it was on the far right side of the course, way in the back, that pulled out, or that caused the yellow. But in the meantime, Jesse Johnson was able to shed the whole front end of his truck, so now he can actually see again. But he finds himself well back, actually dead last in the field. So right now our running order is C.J. Greaves, Keegan Kincaid, Doug Matag, Jarrett Brooks, Bradley Morris, Brad Lovell, Kyle Hart, Joey Sylvester. Scotty Steele's worked his way up. How about that? Young driver, 16 years old.
He started in 16th.
So looks like he's in the top 10. So really good run for him right now. But I'm impressed with how they're hitting that backstretch tabletop earlier than right now as compared to what they were earlier in the day.
When you said that, though, it seemed like the wind had died down some, though. So, I mean, that helps. Helps with the attitude of the truck as the yellow flag's still out and everybody trying to line up. And they will get a call from the race director and say that, yes, you do have to get behind this guy or that one. But you talked about Lovell on that restart just a minute ago. He was trying to find his place in that single file line. Didn't ever get in line.
Well, the interesting part is, well, they've also got, they've got radios where they can communicate with their spotters.
Right.
But they also have a listen-only radio where the officials from USAC, the race director, can talk to the drivers. And they say, okay, number 24, you got to back off, let number 7 in front of you, whatever it may be, or actually warn them, or, hey, one more time and this is going to happen. So they got a listen-only channel also from the USAC officials. So they're being policed pretty darn good out there right now.
Utah just a moment ago about Scotty Steele working his way up. Bradley Morris, on the other hand, has worked his way back. He started out in, second, and he's dropped to about the 6th position. So still plenty of time in this race, but two drivers go in different directions.
He's very fast, and he had that issue in turn 1 on the first lap. So he's such a monotone kid. I've never, ever seen him get riled up, never get wound up, and he's always cut such an even keel. So, like you say, it's going to be interesting to see what he does. But I'm telling you right now, he's very, very fast. So, once again, C.J. Greaves leading the pack. Luke Johnson, I'm kind of surprised that he's that far back right now in the 15th spot. He had a lot of issues yesterday, just little nitpicky things coming out for practice. And was able to, came out, something else went wrong. Came out, something else got wrong. Fixed that. Came out, something else went wrong. So hopefully he's got everything figured out, and I think he did. So
you said Luke, no relation to Jesse Johnson. Luke, the son of my hero growing up, Ricky Johnson.
So once again, here comes our pace truck pulling off the track. It's going to be C.J. Greaves, Keegan Kincaid, Doug Matag, Jarrett Brooks, and Bradley Morris, top 5, leading the pack. Here we go, back to green.
And they do have to go single file line until they make that first jump. That's not the case farther down, and looks like trying to go on the inside. Is he going to have the drive?
C.J. Greaves got through cleanly. Oh, man, they actually rolled the tires. Matag rode on the right rear, probably for about 100 feet of Keegan Kincaid. Matag aggressively making the pass. Matag now into second.
Looked like Morris on that outside has worked his way up into 3rd, and he was just in the 5th or 6th range just a moment ago. So you talked about how fast Morris would be. Watch out for the 24 machine back in 3rd. He is climbing all over Matag.
So as I hit that backstretch, and once again, it's Greaves about 10 truck lengths out in front of Doug Matag, Bradley Morris, Keegan Kincaid, Jarrett Brooks has got a little bit of a torn up front end. There's contact going on. Brad Lovell behind him, Kyle Hart moving forward. Joey Sylvester falling back just a little bit.
The race looks to be for 2nd place as Greaves trying to separate himself just a little bit. And this is where Was it Bradley Morris started making that move the lap earlier?
Yeah,
let's see if they which line do they take.
Maniac through that rhythm section. Just wasted the very last second to nail the brakes, makes that right-hand turn, but that gave Matag a little bit of a breathing room as he's got now about 5 truck lengths gap over Bradley Morris back in third.
One thing is, most of those drivers in the split looks like trying to take that inside, unless you are forced to take that outside. Should be something, maybe they'll change it up a little bit and you'll surprise somebody and be set up on that outside in the split, because that sets you up on the inside in that second to last turn. But Greaves starting to pull away just a little bit. The race now is for third. It looks like Bradley able to hold off the number 7 of Kincaid for now, but Kincaid looks to be on the charge, looks a little bit quicker. As you see that battle for third and fourth back there. Now losing a little ground.
Brooks takes a peek inside of Kincaid again. There may be a starting of a little bit of a history between those riders. Nose to tail, all the way back to level, right behind Jared Brooks.
Look at how Morris wants to get to that inside, just digging hard. Looks like Lovell's only one taking it outside.
You see Kincaid actually split that lane. One left side was up in the air, right side was down on the ground. So he ran right down the middle.
Is that a pass on the inside, trying to get a wheel in there? It looks like maybe making Brooks on the inside.
Brooks there side by side up on the tabletop. Big air coming down. Kincaid on the outside, Brooks on the inside.
Brooks in the 77, Kincaid in the 7.
They're still side by side down the front stretch.
Getting a better drive is Kincaid, though, but we'll see. Brooks set up on that inside. Kincaid was on the outside this time. Now let's watch him through the whoop section. Oh, looked like it might have made a little contact. Still side by side.
And through the rhythm section, Kincaid now is pulled up, has taken the spot. But here comes Brooks on the inside. For just a moment, they're 3 wide with Bradley Morris on the outside.
Swapping out a little bit is Kincaid in the 7. That enabled Brooks to get by, make the pass, and Lovell is now all over Kincaid.
Now, was that a little bit of a touch to loosen up the back end of Kincaid to get around, or was that a clean pass?
I thought it was a clean pass. Looked like he just got loose and got stuck right in that. Am I on the outside or am I on the inside section? Like you mentioned earlier, you don't want to kind of have 2 wheels in the steeper jump and the lower one have nothing.
And here's the competition yellow as they cross the line. CJ Greaves, Doug Matag, Bradley Morris. As they come across the line, we'll go back to a full lap caution. This is what we're talking about. We didn't really touch on this a whole lot as the rest of the field. While we just enter into our caution, 1 lap caution, we'll be back in just a moment with the second half of this event.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
We're still under competition yellow right now. Let's turn over to Kelly Snyder, who's got some information out in the infield. Kelly?
Well, guys, with only 18 out of the 24 pro lights left on the track, this is sure to be a great show in the making, and we still have another half left to go. CJ Greaves, who had the fastest qualifying time, is still leading out front, and those guys behind him, Bradley Morris, Jarrett Brooks, Keegan Kincaid, and all these guys, they are pushing to get to that top spot. Keegan Kincaid, our 2013 champion, seems to be slowing a little, so hopefully he can pull off the rest of the race. Guys?
Well, thanks a lot, Kelly. She's probably got the best seat in the house right there, ground level on the track, so she can actually hear it right next to her. Should be going to green flag racing this time by as we're watching the TORC pace truck. The lights are still on. As soon as the lights go off, it should pull to the inside of the infield. And once again, it's C.J. Greaves, Doug Matag.
Brooks in third. Looks like Kincaid and Lavelle levels should be the top 5. And last, the official scoring up on our monitors. Again, everything say is officially unofficial.
Here we go, one more time. Back to green flag racing for the second half. Greaves, Matag, Bradley Morris, Jared Brooks, all heading to turn number 1.
Oh, somebody missed a turn.
Bradley Morris biked it up on 2 wheels, saved it, but once again, he'll lose about 4 spots. Now battling with Joey Sylvester, but still in the top 10.
That is his nemesis, that first turn, but again, keeps it on 4 wheels and still back out there. It's still Greaves out in front, Matag in second. Looks like Lovell's worked his way up. Is he up into third now, or no, he's still back in 5th?
He's back in 5th, but right now, hey, we got a battle for second. It is Matag on the outside. Young Jared Brooks just tapping the bumpers. And you know what? These guys have got a history going back to the trophy cart days, man.
Look at that. Brooks squares it up on the outside. Now he's going to be set up on the inside, coming down the front straightaway. Can he get that drive? Look at the 77 on the inside. Not able to do it there. He still holds position in third.
And how about Keegan Kincaid? Shot out of a cannon. Coming out of that final corner. He's now in the mix of things, battling for second. Yeah. He's on the inside.
It's a race of 2 halves. This is the half that determines the champion. So far, C.J. Greaves has been uncontested. Kincaid, he's set up on the inside here. Let's take a look. Brooks on the inside, rather, the 77. Looks like he's going to make that pass back into third place and has the lower route, but not giving up is Kincaid.
Kincaid landed on the back of Jared Brooks landed on, but not real bad as there's a yellow flag out. Looks like full course yellows. We got truck on its side.
How about that race?
In turn 1.
Kincaid and Brooks not backing down. That second, third, fourth range that's been the battle. Greaves, you think he knows there's a lot of tight racing going on behind? Because he's seen none of it so far.
There's a lot of communication going on with the spotters. I can tell you that right now. In fact, I got a report just a moment ago that the drivers complaining in the corners that the big ruts are starting to form and they're having problems with it. And you can see probably a result of that in turn 1. But yeah, the drivers are talking right now with their spotters and probably even with the USAC officials that there's ruts in the corners that are really, really starting to build up.
As you look at the drivers coming through right there, you're starting to see a little groove, a little blue groove down on the low end. That'll start getting pushed farther and farther out. But that shows you the line that the preferred line for both of these guys, taking the lower line, shorter distance, but it's starting to get harder packed and it will get slipperier. Again, thanks for coming out. TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. Scott Wren, Robbie Floyd, also the Snyder sisters down there, Taylor and Kelly. We'll hear from Taylor finally here after a little while. Kelly's been giving us all the scoop. And as Kelly said just a moment ago, there are only 18 of the 24 original drivers in the field. We might be decreasing that by one.
You know who that is? That's Joey Sylvester.
I can't tell when there's only half a truck.
Yeah, it's Joey Sylvester. In fact, Kelly Snyder may have more information. Kelly?
Well, guys, the action in this Pro Light race has not stopped since that mandatory caution happened. Joey Sylvester was running a really solid race and flipped up in turn number 1. Joey, if you don't know, is a monster truck driver. So from monster trucks to short course off-road racing, this guy loves the dirt, and apparently he loves to flip. So hopefully he's okay. But I also saw Brian Osborne, a new rookie to the series as well. Super young. I think he's still in high school. He pulled into the hot pits. So let's see if this flip will allow him some time to get whatever he needs to get fixed and get back on the track before the green flag drops.
Yeah, I think if anybody's going to roll over, I think he's the one that'd be more accustomed to it, being in the monster truck.
Yeah, it doesn't shake him up any none too. So once again, I mean, it's like you called it. I think from, boy, where do you? I want to say from like 4th on to the front, but then I look back at 5th, and I look back at 6th, and I look back at 7th. I mean, it's just the cream is risen to the top early, but then all of a sudden there's more cream working its way forward. And we're talking. I'm even going to throw out Luke Johnson. Look where he's at. He's in the top 10. So you can't never count out Kyle Hart. How about Ryan Beat in the Lunar Pages number 51, that black and gold truck out there?
Morrison 6 has had 2 considerable incidences.
Oh, we got truck pulling in. We got number 43. That's Travis Dinsmore out of Ontario. He's pulling in.
Let's talk about Bradley Morris. He's had 2 problems in that left-hand turn. He's still in 6th place. You don't want to let that guy stay around too long, or it's going to come up and bite you.
Now, he's just a young kid himself as well. I want to say maybe 16 or 17, but he also holds the track lap times at Crandon for in Pro Light and in Pro Buggy. So the kid knows how to wheel right now, running in that 5th spot. So the pace truck is out there. Should be going back to green flag this time by. As Dismore makes it back out onto the track, he'll pick it right up. If you pull into the hot pace, obviously you have to pull into the last truck on the lead lap. So at least he's back out on the track. Still has a chance to work his way forward. Lights are still on the pace truck, but they are peaking up. Now as we look into turn 1, look on the inside. You see 2 orange cones on top of the bales. The green flag, or the start of the race, does not started by the green flag. It's actually started by CJ Greaves. He can take off anytime he wants between those orange cones. Everybody else has to follow in suit.
And they have to
There's
stay
the orange
in line.
cone.
They
He starts it. Oh, man, bumper, bumper, bumper. And not the big advantage off the start that CJ had last time. How about that? Matag takes a peek in the inside of CJ Greaves. Now keep in mind, we talk about tires and tire grooving.
we're back. Sorry about that. Had a little malfunction there, but we still have CJ Greaves. Nothing different than when we took off the first time.
He's got Doug Matag, though, right on his back bumper. He cannot make a mistake at all. Less than 4 truck length separation between first and second. Matag knows how to get around this racetrack. White flag is coming out. One chance, and Matag is making up ground. Doug Matag is going after our leader.
Matag all over Greaves this time, takes that inside route. You see how dry and dusty it is on that inside. About 3/4 of a track remaining. He's going to make that pass. Hood, the 77 having a problem with his hood back there in third. He's lost that.
Matag dives into the right-hand corner, makes up about 2 truck lengths. Now it's about 3, maybe 4 separation now between our leader and Doug Matag. Up into that long left-hand bank turn. Down the back straightaway. Greaves appears to get through cleanly. Matag gets through cleanly. Now the gap is about 4 truck lengths between 1 and 2.
This is it, the last turn, making the left. Let's get loud for him. The white's going to turn to checkered. Make some noise for the Monster Energy truck. He keeps it on 4 wheels, taking the Pro Lights victory. CJ Greaves, the 33, followed by the 81 of Doug Matag in second. The 77 of Jared Brooks is going to round out the top 3. Looks like Lovell in fourth. The 41 of Kyle Hart rounding out the top 5. What a way to get this season started off.
Man, there was a lot of contact in the race, more than anticipated. And you know what? The wind picked up from the first part of the race. It's kind of like all of a sudden we had a kind of a clean race to start with, and all of a sudden
dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
Well, you can see right there, CJ Greaves making his way to the podium. Just want to remind everybody, we still have 2 more races this afternoon. It's the big boys. It's Pro 2 and Pro 4. So, yeah, he's making his way back to the podium as the rest of the second and third place. And, man, that's a very interesting race. I think the new – wow. I've been doing this for 20 years, and I'm kind of speechless on that one. The young guys are really doing it, man. I'm telling you.
And Doug Matag did not give up. You talked about he had a fair gap. CJ Greaves did on Matag going into that last or 2-3 laps before, but then all of a sudden he reeled him in. He either found something or maybe Greaves driving a little more cautious, but he definitely made it that ground coming into that first turn on that last lap made a big difference. And not able to pull off the win, but a great way to kick off the season. Still another day of this 2-part duel in the desert.
Now, I can tell you right now, I hope CJ has been pounding down the monster because he's got to. He's got to hustle his butt to the podium. He's got to do the quick interview. Then he's got to hustle back to staging, get strapped into a Pro 2 for the next race. So the kid's got to really get ready to do this. So, but he's done it before, so he's no stranger to doing double duty.
Track conditions, they had the perfect track to start things off, and now look at it. You can see Blue Groove landing areas as well as the turns that dry kicked up. Now maybe you starting seeing some tire selection changes if the track prep's not done in between, because it was very pretty to start off, and it didn't quite end that way. But you're going to have to make adjustments in TORC the Off-Road Championship.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what, if anything, that Jeff Nordstrom and the guys going to do, because they're definitely got to throw it on some water. But if you throw it on water on Blue Groove, you just lost the track right there. It's not going to be coming back. So maybe a little bit of a rip job, maybe a slight one, throw on some water. But kind of interesting. I'm kind of surprised they're not on the track yet.
Yeah, maybe they're letting them deal with it. We will have to see. Again, It's just like any form of racing. I don't care if you're a NASCAR driver or anything else. As we're looking down here, and I'm assuming we lost a little bit of audio from our truck in there, so I know Kelly as well as Taylor's down there. It should be Taylor Snyder getting down the interviews for our victory podium.
It's actually right now they're right behind. I'll actually call it the Monster Energy condominium over there. That's where they're at right now, getting ready to do the interviews. The CJ's still inside his truck, and keep in mind this is being recorded. Or actually, all the media's down there. Tomorrow we'll be doing it with NBC.
I'm sure they'll be filming, or they take our clean feed and they'll use it for highlights and stuff, and kind of set the tone for what's going to happen tomorrow. The coordinating producer, Rich O'Connor, is here. Good seeing him. And there come your cat equipment.
Here come our guys, yeah. Oh, wow. We're bringing out a front-end loader?
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. No, that's a forklift.
Okay, Scotty Steele's being pulled off.
Yeah, normally you don't see forklifts in the mix with a track prep.
I'm looking for a really wadded-up truck, and I'm kind of...
Yeah. Not seeing it. Maybe a barrier that needs to be adjusted. That's what they'll use those every now and then. So you're seeing the track being watered on that middle portion heading into the whoop section of those rollers. The grader coming in towards the last turn, excuse me.
Now keep in mind, in the first half of that race, we were getting reports that the drivers were talking about, letting USAC know that the ruts were really starting to form up and really starting to take control of this race. And you can see right now Jeff Nordstrom's out there in that final corner, and he's he's not ripping, but he's definitely grading the track. So once he gets done grading, they'll throw down some water. And if the reason the track went away the way it did is because the track lasted as long as it did, and if it was a shorter race, it would have been fine. But just so much happened. But yeah, they're working on the track right now. We'll get it back. Should be going down to Kelly or Taylor in just a moment with CJ Greaves, because it's not going to take forever. Hey, Robbie, we got some fans, man. Still, we have Pro 2 and Pro 4 coming up next. Will be the Pro 2 boys, 900-plus horsepower. 18 inches of travel in the front, 20 in the rear. Kevin Croyer out here, standing there like a proud papa, having a couple of motors and some of those things out there going, yeah, I'm going to show these guys how to do it stuff. There's CJ crawling outside of that truck. Oh, yeah, real happy to start the season the way he has. Nice camera shot, waiting to see if Kelly or Taylor coming into the scene there. Looks like... Well, once again, it looks like maybe Taylor's down there with CJ. Let's turn over to Taylor Snyder. Taylor? Well, it looks like Taylor Snyder's having audio issues right now. It's a little bit they're working on it.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSO driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
We build tires, but not tires like anybody else. We build Cooper tires for people, not just cars. People who are chauffeurs and shuttle pilots, heavy haulers and heavy hitters. More than what your Cooper tires can do, it's about what you can do with your Cooper tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
7.
1, 2, 3. There we go. Well, Scott, it looks like we're starting to get things back here. Having a little technical difficulties, as they may have guessed.
Yeah, real little one. Very little. Huge one.
as yours was down. Hey, who won that race?
But last I heard it was C.J. Greaves. And he's on his way. He's probably already strapped in his Pro 2 gearing for the next race.
Yeah, I think so, because they are the next class, followed by the Pro 4. So you didn't miss anything. Actually, you probably like the respite from us there for a moment. But the Pro 2 is coming up next, and you see the graders out on the track. And we questioned how much track prep they would do, and it looks like they are doing a full course track prep. Typically, if they do it in front of the Pro 2, would they do it again before the Pro 4 or no? Or I mean, on a typical weekend?
It all depends. Like this was actually a fairly long race for Pro Light with all the yellows and things like that.
Right.
That dries out the track. And I just happened to notice something. All the roofs being kicked up in that final turn up against the wall.
Yeah.
Somebody has gone out there with a shovel or something.
Brought it back down to the track.
Kind of scraped some of the mud off. So now the guys can actually see a depth perception of where the wall is and where the dirt is. So.
Yeah.
You see that a lot in sprint car racing and a lot in dirt track late models. But
and what he's talking about is look far to the left. If you're seeing the
Yeah.
stands, you can see the white marks weren't there a moment ago. Now it looks like dashes. But, yeah, if you're not, your driver coming into that turn, that left-hand turn, even 60 miles an hour, I got plenty of track. No, you don't.
Yeah.
That's wall.
To Marty when he's talking. I don't need to be back in it.
All right, it looks like we're about to set things up for Pro 2, our second race of the day. And they're there. They follow the Pro Lights. But first, let's get down to Kelly Snyder. Kelly, what's the scoop down there over at track entrance?
Well, guys, thanks. I'm back here with the guy who qualified with the second fastest time here in the Pro 2's, Marty Hart. Marty, it's great to see you back in our series this year. We love having you out here. Talk about some of the problems that you had during the qualifying run and how excited you are to be in the second position coming into today.
Well, we're kind of fortunate to be starting up here on the front row beside Chad because we had a lot of fuel issues in the qualifying. So it kind of hung in there long enough to give us a good, lap. And so we're just happy to be here.
Well, we've talked about racing against some of the new guys, the rookies in this class, versus the old guys that have been around, the veterans. How do you explain the relationship between racing next to somebody that you know is going to be hard to beat, but you'd rather be seated next to him during this race?
Well, obviously you want to be in front of the new guys because they've got things to learn and their trucks, they're still setting those up. When you get to race guys like Chad and some of these guys up front, that you know that they can race hard, race you clean, and we've been racing together for a lot of years, so we have a lot of respect for each other, and we know how to race each other.
Well, guys, they've talked about this track. It's going to be one slippery ice skating rink out there. Marty's going to work as hard as he can to get past Chad right from the start, I'm assuming.
That's right. Pedal to the metal.
Well, there you go, guys. You heard it. Marty Hart starting in the second place right next to Chad Horde. Let's see what happens.
Well, Scott, that's always the plan.
Yeah, you can plan this out on paper all you want, but once you hit the track, it's one of those deals. But I'm actually looking at the track right now, and I'd rather see a little bit of standing water here and there than kind of what I'm seeing right now. The track looks perfect right now. What's it going to be like in 3 laps? Who's to know? But
it's not going to get any wetter unless they put water down there.
Yeah.
So it's better to probably have a little bit more on now and knowing that it's going to dry out.
Yeah, and they're still working that track over there on the far right side in the back. And this goes back to what we talked about earlier today, where this track was built in 2006. So that part of the dirt has settled over the years and has been raced on by multiple different sanctioning bodies, the desert racing and short course racing. So that dirt has been worked. They brought in during the last month or so. They've brought in some new stuff, and it's virgin dirt, so it hasn't been worked at all. It hasn't had a chance to be scraped up, watered, compacted, scraped up, watered, compacted. So it's still very, very loose. And you heard the drivers in the last race getting reports to their spotters that the track is really rutting up bad in the corners.
Yeah, when you do have those ruts, it's something you have to negotiate. My buddy Grant Langston, who's going to be with Tess Sewell doing the NBC Sports Network show, he got his off-road debut, and he just got a little overconfident. Former motocross champion, the bike, is a part of the equation, but the body really manipulates that bike. Like Ricky Carmichael could tell you the difference between Supercross and NASCAR. Well, when he went into one turn, he just thought he could just go ahead and drive it into that turn and hit one of those ruts like a berm, and it did not work out so well. He wound up flipping that off-road truck end over end in his very first race. So ruts can be a problem with the trucks, especially if you don't have the right attitude of the truck set up into them. But they're trying to take care of all that. Again, it's just a portion of the track, something you have to adjust to, just like you do the wet and the dry.
Just a moment ago, you saw Marty Hart getting strapped in. This is the part that I like to watch. Well, not so much the water truck, but the part I like to watch was when the crews are helping out their drivers get strapped in. And that last moment, the last person you talk to before you go off on your own little world, basically your office. You can see right now Mike Jenkins is getting the final thumbs up. He's all belted in, ready to go. The window nets are all there. He's looking at the gauges, getting everything warmed up, the temperature, firing up that truck. A moment ago, you saw Marty Hart doing the same thing. These guys are really belted into a cocoon right now.
Looks like our grader's made its way off, so that's always a good sign.
Well, that thing's got, like, high gear in that thing.
That's what I said.
Wow.
There's only a few more moments remaining as they finish up the track preparation here. There are 11 entrants in the Pro 2 division.
And ladies, there's Ari Lyondike Jr. on camera right now. Whee! Saluting the camera. Number 25. Kind of interesting. Ari Lyondike Jr., the ladies' man, has gunk at his title sponsor.
When he posted that on Facebook, I replied. I was like, both of my kids race go-karts. And I was like, I use that stuff on my engines to my go-kart, so I'm glad you got it. Maybe he can kick back a can, but if you haven't tried it, maybe you should.
Just got reports now that we're going to bring the Pro 2s out here and give them a hot lap out onto the track, up into turn 1, and then they'll collect them through the infield and should be going green next time around. So you can see right there's the front row, Chad Horde, and, oh boy, Marty Hart. Way in the back, C.J. Greaves. Yeah, he didn't even complete a corner, I think.
How about that bad taste in his mouth? But it always tastes better when you win the race just before you go to pull out.
You know what?
He's got confidence right now. I don't care where he starts.
Robbie, I'm telling you right now, I believe it was last year at Red Bud, Michigan. He started in the back, worked his way to second, had an issue, fell back to the back, moved back up to second again. Another, I think he got black flagged, was moved to the back, and ended up coming back to finish second again. So C.J. Greaves is a wheel man.
Before we get to the race really quick, Scott, let's go down to Kelly Snyder. You got something on one of our drivers?
Well, thanks, guys. I was talking to Chad Horde before this race, and I asked him about his thoughts on this change in qualifying, and he told me, I didn't really like the idea of this dash for cash and maybe losing my spot or losing points going towards a championship. But, when I'm the one in the first place position starting on the pole, I think I like this new change in qualifying. He also talked about this track. He was really worried about all the water being laid down, and he said it's going to be an ice skating rink. The tire grooving that we chose is for the end of the race. It's all about knowing that this track gets dry and gets blue groove. So that's what they're going for, and he's looking to carry this race from start to finish in the front of the pack. Also, quick note, I just heard over the radio, Jeff Kincaid will not be making the parade lap with these guys. That's a 7-time Pro Light champion who's also been champion in Pro 2. So guys, Jeff Kincaid is somebody that's not making the parade lap. I'm going to go try to figure out why that is, and we'll get back to you.
Thanks a lot, Kelly, and you have some info on that?
Actually, I found out exactly what the problem is. Jeff Kincaid, he broke a rocker arm in practice this morning, and they welded it together.
How do you do that?
I don't know. I was just talking to Kevin Croyer about that, and they welded it together. No one else had a rocker arm, so they welded it together, and he's going out just for laps.
So welded. I don't think I've ever heard that. I guess you got to do what you got to do, and that's probably not going to be a. We're confident in that item. Let's hope we can salvage ourselves with this item.
Easy on the throttle, easy off the throttle. How they're going to make it.
Wasn't it a NASCAR guy this last year got disqualified after the race because his rocker arm was like, I don't know, however many thousandths heavier than the other 7? It was something that ridiculous. We're talking about welds on this one, just hoping to survive. But
well, I really love the idea of having fans out here at the racetrack and really getting into this. But just for the parade lap, it's fine right now, and the guys come out here. But race fans, please keep your children away from the fence, especially coming out of the final turn. They will be coming out of the pits hot. They'll be doing a real quick reconnaissance lap, real fast, coming out of the final turn down the front straightaway into turn 1, and then slowing down and collecting up the pace truck. But for the first time, when they come out of the pits right now, they'll be doing it real hot. So please be wary of that and be careful with your children. And we kind of prefer it that you didn't hang on the fence, at least for this time by.
You don't have to tell me twice.
In case you didn't hear me, the guy standing next to the speaker. No, the other speaker. Yeah, hi, Mommy. No, that's not what we're saying.
Hey, also, I want to remind, I wrote down here 56938. If you text 56938, just write in TORC, T-O-R-C, you maybe get a ride around. I've texted just a moment ago. That's how I remember.
Okay, once again, please away from the fence as they're coming around the corner. Very, very hot. So please, off the fence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's just a little taste of what you're going to see in about a half a lap. We just doubled everything you saw in Pro Light, and right now we've got Pro 2 on the track. Full size, 2-wheel drive trucks, 18 inches travel in the front, 20 in the rear, 900 plus horsepower. Here's our front row on the outside, and that red and white Ruddy Lift, suspension number 15, that's Marty Hart. Inside of him from Felch, Michigan, driving that Boston Snowplow AMSOIL Ford, the number 9 of Chad Horde. Row number 2, how about this from San Diego? Driving the SAC T entry, the silver truck. It is going to be Jeff Seifert. Outside of him, qualifying 4th this afternoon, the president and CEO of Traxxas, number 47 of Mike Jenkins. 1 row back. Ladies, he's here, and he's in Pro 2. No more Pro Light. In Pro 2, driving the Gunk entry, the blue and orange and white, that is Ari Lyondike Jr. 1 row back, driving that blue Chevrolet out of Las Vegas, Patrick Clark. Outside of him, in the white truck. I can't see that far.
You were doing awesome.
I was so close. Oh, that's actually out of San Diego. That's the number 91 of Nick Tyree. And the back row, in that blue and white Chevrolet, the Husqvarna, entry number 74, the younger brother of Jimmy Johnson, that is Jared Johnson. And finally, not able to qualify this morning, broke the truck in turn number 1. He just won a Pro Light. It's the Monster Energy Toyota, number 33 of CJ Greaves. And the final truck, just doing laps, the red and white Traxxas, number 4, Jeff Kincaid.
Looks like Marty Hart on the outside trying to make the pass. Again, the first time they went around here after the track grooming, he's going to be set up on the right-hand side as they head into that one single right-hand turn. We'll see if he can hold on to that inside position. No, shutting it down is Chad Horde.
In turn 1, there was an issue between Nick Tyree, Pat Clark, and Jeff Kincaid as they're all underway, but something happened. It looks like Mike Jenkins may be off power. He's fallen back as Jeff Seifert has now moved into that 3rd spot.
Look at CJ Greaves trying to get by on the inside. He's in 5th place, make that 4th place. He started 2nd to last. He's already in 4th, only a lap and a half into this race.
Young CJ Greaves on the move, getting around Mike Jenkins, basically almost doing stealth fashion as working his way front. Just inches away from Seifert.
I said that about Greaves, but that was only in a half a lap. Now he's working on 3rd place. Look at this great battle up in front. Side by side again, position into that right-hand turn is going to be critical.
This is that tough double section. They skip across the top. Chad Horde still has the advantage over Marty Hart.
And he wants to get to that inside, but that time they take the outside.
Right now the track is probably a little too greasy to keep it tight to the inside. So they're taking that outside line. Again, Marty Hart goes inside of Horde. Just for a moment, Hart was inside of Horde.
Where's Greaves? He's not even in there. He was in 4th a moment ago, and he is off the track, so we can count him out of that, unfortunately for him.
So CJ Greaves is off the track. Greaves over by the Jumbotron, off the track and out of sight.
So we saw some different approaches as they head through that whoop section and made the right-hand turn. Typically, the fast guys have been going high and trying to get down low. Again, it looks like Horde looks side by side again once.
Just a slight tap by Marty Hart on the back bumper of Horde.
But they were taking the outside in this right-hand turn and staying outside and taking the double. There goes Hart on the inside. He's going to have the smoother line. Watch this.
Horde able to split the middle. Basically, Horde gets sideways through the air. But once again, that's that situation where he got caught, hung up in the middle of the track. One side is higher, one side is lower. Marty Hart went right down the middle and totally upset the suspension on that truck.
Now look at him on the back straightaway, hit that double again. We had a big headwind earlier, no wind hardly at all right now. Everything is calmed down. The track is starting to dry out, but a great battle up front between Horde and Hart. Still 1 and 2. Third place, the 95 of Jeff Seifert out of California. He's back in third all by his lonesome.
Oh, Marty Hart. Now, I won't say over-rotated, but turned pretty sharp and scrubbed off a lot of speed. Now it's about an 8, maybe 7 truck length gap back to second. Chad Horde still maintains that lead. Seifert still going nowhere. He's got a good race going. But how about Mike Jenkins right now running that 4th spot?
Seifert in third, Jenkins in fourth, Ari Leindyke Jr. in fifth, Tyree in sixth of the 91, the number 7 in 7th position. That's Patrick Clark.
And Chad Horde is actually pulling away from Marty Hart right now. Now it's about a 15 truck length gap back to second.
Ooh, little loop out there from Hart back in second. I say that about the wind, that it might pick up just a little bit. Number 9 out of Michigan on that Boss snowplow Nissan. Looking good out in front, stretching out just a little bit over Marty Hart. But we haven't reached that competition yellow yet, where we will reset the field here in just a moment.
For a moment, about a lap or so ago, it was Ari Leindyke Jr. battling Mike Jenkins for position, but he's fallen back a little bit, maybe about 8 truck lengths, as he's still running in the top 5. Ari Leindyke looking pretty strong. His first race ever in a Pro 2. He ran select races last year in a Pro Light, was able to work a deal, and he's got his own team this year running in Pro 2. And right now our entire field is gapped out. It has Nick Tyree is slowing, it looks like. Nick Tyree looked a little off the pace down that infield straightaway.
Taking a look at Mike Jenkins, who had the problems coming into this.
Whoa,
that
Patrick
was close.
Clark, wow.
Those of you around the world didn't get to quite see that. He had a little loop out action going on that far back tabletop.
Very close to dragging that bumper, landing off that backstretch tabletop.
So we're looking at Chad Horde again, the leader out in front, actually still separating himself over Marty Hart. The top 4 pretty separated, as well as 5th, as Ari Leindyke losing some body parts there. Track looks like it's about perfect shape right now, holding on to all the
looking
moisture.
Real good. I don't see a whole lot of ruts going on right now. Chad Horde, I can guarantee you this, probably the whole town of Felch, Michigan, listening in right now on the World Wide Web, and I'm telling you, your guy is doing the job as we speak. Probably about 10 car lengths, maybe 15 out in front of Marty Hart right now. And what's neat, I don't know if you had a chance to actually meet Chad yet, but such a mild-mannered guy. He's almost like a Huck Finn, kind of goes, oh shucks, and kind of kicks the dirt a little bit.
Travis Pastrana?
No, Travis is a wild man from start to go.
Oh, no.
Chad Horde, he doesn't mind sitting down and having a couple with the guys. He likes to hide out in the woods and deer hunt and that kind of stuff. But man, when he puts on a helmet, it's a whole different Horde out there, that's for sure. And yeah, it looks like Nick Tyree's having issues as he's slowing. Might be pulling off the track to the inside as Jared Johnson goes by, Jeff Kincaid goes by. Patrick Clark is slowing as well. Oh, and he's overheating. Look at the steam is just pouring out of Nick Tyree as there's the competition yellow. Now here's something we haven't talked about all day. As both our top 2 trucks cross the line, take the halfway flag, as well as Jeff Seifert. You have the capability of setting these trucks up for first half and the second half. The same thing with tire grooving. You know, it's like, how do you want to do this? And you want to get out there front and get track position, and Jared Johnson is slowing. Something is wrong with Jared Johnson right on the last half lap or so. So, man, we've got trucks falling to the side all over the place. But right now I'm looking at our top 2, maybe 3. I'm wondering, did these guys set up these trucks for the second half of the race, knowing or hoping they would know what the track was going to do?
Well, the guys keep dropping out, too. They could also pull in and do that hot pit and maybe make an adjustment. I don't know that you'd want to do that and lose that track position, but some of these guys are starting to drop back in the field and dropping like flies.
Well, how about this? I mean, think about this. We got 2, 4, 6.
Started with 11.
Yeah, Jeff Kincaid started the race in dead last. He's out there just doing laps. Currently in the 5th spot. T2, I'm sorry, currently in the 6th spot. So he's running for points, and pretty smart move on his part.
Let's go down to Kelly Snyder for just a moment.
Well, guys, it wasn't just the Pro 2 or the Pro Light race that had all that action out there. The Pro 2s also have some very unexpected turns during the race. We saw Nick Tyree, the number 91, up in a lot of smoke right before we went into that mandatory caution. Jarrett Johnson having some problems out there, but the big shocker was CJ Greaves. CJ qualified with the fastest time in the Pro Lights, just came out of that race and won, and then coming into the Pro 2 race, he broke a front right spindle. During the first lap, he went from second to last, all the way up to 4th, and then broke. So he's done for the day. His race is over. He's just looking and excited about that Pro Light race, excited about tomorrow and trying to do this all over again. Guys out there that are really making a great impression during the first race of the season. Mike Jenkins running strong in 4th, and Ari Lyondike, somebody that's new to our series from Indy Cars, races SST, a great competitor out there, owns his own team, so Ari Lyondike is somebody to be watching as well, guys.
Going back to green flag race at Hapanos during that yellow, we got Jared Johnson in the hot pit, so something is definitely wrong there.
Uh-oh, little bumper action. Looked like Hart might have gave a little love tap. Back in second, that's going to lose drive for him.
Contact made. Oh, there goes Ari Lyondike. Big time rollover. 4, 5, maybe 6 times as he had help by Mike Jenkins. And just the wrong, Mike had nowhere to go, nothing. He couldn't do anything. Going into that jump area, Ari Lyondike was already slightly turned sideways. Mike had nowhere to go, and Ari just went over and over and over. And right now we have got, it looks like the red flag may be out.
Now the track personnel on him about as fast as they can possibly do. Ari making the highlight or low light reel, if you will. Nowhere to go there, and he was in a bad situation. A lot of times you either have to stay in it or you let off, and you're dang if you do, dang if you don't. But that was definitely a bad result for Ari Lyondike.
Well, as we watch the video right now, it looks like they're not in a really big rush. In fact,
well, I was just talking about Ari Lyondike having a solid 5th place position during the race, but guys, Ari is, he's had a lot on his mind during this season. Ari, hold on guys, give me 1 second. Something's coming through my radio. I'll be right back.
Being able to keep it up to date, that's pretty cool right there, right? You see the whole crew right there. I know Tom, he's trained EMT back in Wisconsin. He's right there on top of the spot. It looks like, here's the situation. We got the best of the guys out there. These are USAC guys. They are very, very well trained, the best of the best. And we always say this, that if you're going to err on the side of being too cautious. And right now, this is kind of one of those situations. I've seen a lot worse wrecks where guys walked away from, but you know what? Tom, big Tom, I'll introduce you to him later. If you've got just a little hangnail, he doesn't care. He's going to sit you down and make sure it's just a hangnail and not something else.
Right, it's better to be precautious and make sure that, you know, the emergency medical crew takes care of their business. He's not getting back in that truck and driving, I'll put it that way. So you might as well relax, make sure, do the evaluation. Like you said, we've seen wrecks a lot worse than this and some lesser than this with different issues. But again, let the crew take care of their stuff. Ari, I'm very familiar with the automotive industry, the automotive industry world. He's a former Indy Lights, not a champion, but a winner of Indy Lights. I believe he and his teammate Rafa Matos way back when in Indy Lights really dominated one year. And his father, Ari Leindyke, the elder, owns the record at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for fastest lap ever.
If I was kind of neat, as I'm looking down across the track, I see C.J. Greaves right at the edge of the wreck. So he's kind of.
I think they also have a replay for us too. If you have the option to see that video board up there, as we're looking at the. I don't see anything on the video board. Maybe they can see it, and I just can't see it at this angle. But we do have a replay of what happened, and maybe we can get some analysis of that. All right, here we go. This is the first lap in the restart after the competition yellow, and we saw how Hart, watch, he gets into the back end going into the first turn of Horde.
So that's not really what we're looking for. It was very good racing, but it's
that's the right-hand turn.
Coming out of turn 1. Again, this is the leaders as Chad actually was pulling away. Here's this may be it right here.
There's the swapping side by side.
They made contact.
He was a little sideways, and he was almost hooked from the inside. And the guy that brings him around, he's committed. He's full throttle in that spot. He doesn't know if Ari's coming straight across or not. He's got to stay in the throttle.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a racing incident. Guys were racing for, I won't even say the same spot, but when they came out of that corner, their both trucks were, I'd say, not out of control, but the suspensions were still upset to the point where they weren't in control hitting that jump when they were both stayed in the throttle, had nowhere to go. I mean, they were virtually side by side, and it was more of a ricochet kind of a rollover where they came together and bounced back out.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind watching that again if we could, now that we see that particular part, because Ari had no intentions to be turning on that straightaway, and that's really the thing that set him apart. And the driver that was next to him and just behind had no idea.
Mike was going straight.
Yeah, no idea that Ari was going to turn that much and to be able to hook in front of him. And when you upset the attitude of that truck when it's in the air, it only has one place, and that's to dig to the outside. Much like a high side would be in motorcycle racing or something. Once you start getting that outside momentum, it's nothing but a cartwheel after that.
Yeah, they're pulling the parts away from the truck to be able to, I'm sure, get the personnel in closer to him. I just can't. I mean, we've been to a lot of different forms of motorsports, and I just got to emphasize the fact that just the caution,
the precaution.
It's kind of like a mom with her baby. The baby stumbles and kind of skins its knee and jumps up and looks around. Anybody see me? If mom goes, oh, all of a sudden the baby starts screaming hysterically. You know, if no one sees the baby, well, then, you know, everything's fine and dandy. The kid doesn't care and keeps on going. But, oh, man, I see something else going on. Jeff Kincaid is completely pulled off the track. So Jeff Kincaid, not even in the hot pits. He's pulled off the left side of the track. He's offside. So what he was actually trying to do was run for points. And he was actually, at this point, running in the 6th spot. Having started dead last.
But once he pulls off there, he cannot come back in, correct?
Yeah, I don't know what the call is on that, but he's got his head and neck restraints off. He's outside of the truck walking around. Man, when you're trying to weld a rocker arm.
The rocker arm might have give up the ghost and save the rest of the motor. So he did salvage some points. If you said he was in 6th place, it's better than the 11th that he would have gotten just for making one lap. Again, everything we're airing on the precaution side. Hopefully everything's all right with Ari Leindyke Jr. in the.
Well, here's something. I'm kind of watching this too in the hot pits, or what's called in off-road world, the hot pits. I'm looking at that area, and under red flag conditions, you're not really supposed to be working on race trucks. But I'm seeing the guys kind of are working on Jarrett Johnson's. But while we kind of watch what's going on in the pits, you know what? Let's take a moment and. From race action, we'll be back in just a couple of moments. We'll be right back.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The Earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The Earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Welcome back to TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. Taylor Snyder, Kelly Snyder down trackside. Again, hopefully we'll get some type of update before we leave here this afternoon about Ari Leindyke Jr. Scott Wren up here with myself. I'm Robbie Floyd. This is the first stop of 7 different venues that we'll travel on throughout the year. We start off in Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway today and tomorrow, and then April 25th and 6th we'll be at the dirt track at Charlotte in Concord, North Carolina. Then we'll move on Saturday, May 17th and 18th to St. Louis, Missouri over there at Gateway Motorsports Park. And then stop number 4 will be June 28th and 9th at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway in Crandon, the Granddaddy. And then Saturday, July 19th and 20th, Bark River International Raceway up in Bark River, Michigan, about the polar opposite of where we are at today. August 5th and 6th, we're at Sturgis for all you bike riders out there. Sturgis, South Dakota, right in the middle of their big event there. And August 30th at Crandon for the final race of the year. Now let's go down to Kelly Snyder. Kelly, you got an update for us?
Well, guys, I don't have any updates on Ari's condition right now. All we know is that the ambulances are out there and the medical crew is there trying to get him out of his truck. So as soon as we find something out, I'll definitely fill you in. But something that I did talk to him about earlier during the race day today was how excited he was to be here. This is the first time he's ever actually owned his own race team. In Indy cars and everything else he races, he's much more of a arrive and drive kind of guy. But this is the first time he actually has his blood, sweat, and tears into a race team. He actually drove his own semi out here, set up his own awning with his team, and this is everything. This is his pride, this is his money. So this Pro 2 race and this initial showing of Ari's new project and new career was a really big deal for him. He had a solid 5th place spot right behind Mike Jenkins, running better than I would have ever expected a rookie out here to run in a Pro 2 for the first time. So guys, this has got to be very heart-wrenching for everyone that's involved in his team, and we just have to pray for his safety and make sure that we all have our best wishes and hopes out there, and I'll update you as soon as I can when I get the information regarding his condition. Guys?
Thanks a lot, Kelly. You're exactly right. He put his funding into this event. Unfortunately, he's going to make the highlight reel tonight in the wrong way about it. I'm sure it will probably be going around the Twitterverse and any kind of video of people may have been recording at home on the web. I'd like to thank everybody for watching around the world on the Motortrend channel on YouTube. Thank all the fans for sticking around today. Some great racing. We still have the remainder of this Pro 2 race and also the full Pro 4 race today. CJ Greaves won the Pro Light. Looks like he's going to have a DNF in the Pro 2, and if he could have just kept it running at all, it would have been a top 5. Only a few trucks remaining, kind of a battle of attrition.
ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The AMSO product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
It looks like we are back, and again, medical crew trying to take care of Ari Langendijk Jr. My name is Robbie Floyd. I'm here with my partner on AMSOIL Arena Cross, and now I get to hear him at the TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL TV broadcast on the NBC Sports Network. Grant Langston, it's good to have you here, Grant, and pretty impressive Pro Lights race we saw, unfortunately for Arian in this way, but the season started off in a big way in Pro Lights.
Pro Lights was exciting. I mean, I don't think it was a major shock to see CJ go out and win. I think he was a favorite coming in. Coming in this Pro 2, you know, actually I had a chance to talk to Ari right before the race and several of the guys that were optimistic, excited about the season. And, you know, we never like to be on the air with something like this, but we have to hope and always assume that when it comes to medical stuff, they got to assume the worst and hope for the best. And if a guy's got any sort of potential injury, they want to stabilize him. So sometimes this can look a little over the top, and we hope that that's the case. But definitely a bit of a violent crash, and that's the thing with these trucks, man. They push a lot of horsepower, and when things go wrong, unfortunately, this is what can happen. But this is part of the excitement of racing.
Looked like you and your foray into off-road racing there, as it looks like the track crew's going out there and doing some watering, again, trying to keep the track to hold. Track's been holding up pretty well here in the Pro 2 division. We still have the Pro 4 a little bit later. And that's a different world, too. I mean, there's a lot of horsepower being laid down in 4 wheels trying to pull it.
All the more reason we need the moisture in the track. Otherwise, unfortunately, with this wind we got here in Nevada, as the afternoon goes on, it will bake the track out. So right now, the crew are trying to, first of all, make sure that Ari is stabilized, and he will be taken, obviously, to the local hospital for further evaluation. But as far as the track goes, trying to keep some water down. And even for these other drivers, you know, it's tense moments. No one wants to see a fellow competitor being put on the backboard. They're sitting there, too. So, you know, it gets in their minds, too. And, you know, a lot of these guys, they have to tune it out and get ready to go back racing.
Right, and in a red flag situation, too, you stop where you are on the track. You don't take for granted anything out there. So you stop where you are. They've been bulking up. They might have loosened up their harness and stuff, but really not able to get out of the truck and walk around. It's been an attrition race where not everybody's, you know, kept it on 4 wheels or kept running this entire time. If you are able to do that, you're going to, you know, score some pretty decent points.
Well, the key is, you know, to finish first, you must first finish. And these guys are obviously pushing the envelope. They got these trucks in a sideways drift using all that those tires can grip in the ground. You see the water cart going back around the track, trying to keep that moisture in. As these guys, like you said, with that huge horsepower, I mean, the roost is intense. I mean, if you don't, if you stood on the outside of one of those turns, I mean, it shoots stones for days. It's a danger zone. But these trucks are incredible. They're pretty safe. Those roll cages, they're designed for these things. But unfortunately, there's one thing you cannot factor in. When a truck is flipping, you got G-forces. If you don't land on the suspension, like upside down on the side, it's just metal onto the ground. There's nothing to absorb it, so it can be kind of violent. Sometimes it just literally shakes these guys so bad, you're disorientated. But our fingers crossed for Ari, a guy, with, like you said, Robbie, four-wheel background, Indy lights, huge talent. His father was a legend. I remember watching him as a kid, and man, I want to see this guy back out here tomorrow.
And it looks like they are able to extricate him from the truck right now and pulling him out.
Well, that's another thing you got to keep in mind with these trucks. They're built to be so safe that if a driver is in some pain or something, it's very hard for them to just yank him out of the truck, throw him in the back, and off we go. You got to be very subtle about it. They got to make sure nothing moves because like we said, you assume the worst and you got to stabilize the guy.
This is the first stop, the duel in the desert. First stop of 7 on the TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL Tour. Having a little break right now for those of you watching them around the world. A little no competition going on right now. We have Ari Landyke Jr., who has been attended by the medical staff. Those of you on site can see that clearly, but we're not talking about just a local audience here. We're talking about a worldwide audience. Just to let you know, approximately 5-6 trucks left on the track. We are past that competition yellow at the halfway point. And on the restart, some contact, and Ari Landyke getting caught out just a little bit and rolling the truck about 3 times at least. And they do have him out of that truck right now and are attending to him towards that ambulance. But again, those of you watching around the world, thank you for tuning us in on YouTube channel on YouTube on the Motortrend channel. This will all be televised on the NBC Sports Network. I'll try and get you the air dates for that. Tess Sewell, Grant Langston, Tony Bachhoven, and Christy Lee going to be making the calls. And we are honestly in our racing day, we're at almost the halfway point as far as racing is concerned. We're just past the halfway of Pro 2, the second of 3 pro classes today. First one being won by CJ Greaves. CJ,
second.
Yeah, he had a mechanical in this event. He started last, worked his way all the way up into 3rd, and then something happened and CJ had to pull off the track.
I'm only speculating on this one, but in qualifying this morning in turn 3, he actually broke the lower part of the spindle, which holds the shock absorber to the actual vehicle. So what happens is when that snaps, the whole front end collapses.
Drop down.
So he obviously stopped, protected the vehicle, they got it fixed, and then when he pulled off, it looked like possibly the same issue, but on the left-hand side this time. So I'm wondering if it's maybe something that they're going to figure out. You got to remember, we're at round 1 here today. A lot of these teams maybe come with new parts, coming up, everything's good, but you never know. You come here, you think it's good, and all of a sudden you go on racetrack conditions, and it fails on you. So, these guys will make some adjustments.
So again, Ari Landyke is in the, don't want to speculate on anything. We're just trying to be on the more cautious side of everything. As Scott mentioned earlier, it's like a soccer game, except you don't have people faking it. A soccer game, you'll have a guy,
diving.
Yeah, diving. This is definitely not the case, but they do, just like as in soccer, they take precautions. They take them off the pitch, and then they evaluate further. Well, the same thing. This is the pitch in comparison for the off-road world.
Well, racers are a different breed, I believe.
Yeah.
They're immune to the risks, and they deal with the pain very well. And because unfortunately, for a lot of us, we've dealt with it for years and years of getting injured.
On an amateur level, I've been beat up beyond compare. Memory loss, broken bones, beyond, I can't even imagine. You yourself, former Supercross and Motocross and Supermoto champion, you've been hurt more times than I could count from femurs. These guys, that's the one thing and my kids, I necessarily don't want them racing motocross. They know how to ride. I like them being in a kart and racing karts. It could develop into this and doing the off-road. I'd like for them to try that someday because safety-wise, it is better. You're strapped into a chair that's fitted for you for the most part. You have a great helmet. You were strapped in, lashed in with a harness. All the precautionary equipment is all around you. Then it's up to it. But, things do happen. But it looks like Ari is making his way off. And I don't know if he can hear it, but I know he could probably try out there. How about a round of applause for Ari Lyondike Jr. as he makes his way off of the track, and hopefully everything is all right with Ari. And again, everything we say is unofficial. We don't want to assume anything is even wrong with Ari. They were just trying to be cautious and evaluate him further at a medical facility. Grant, it's good. You ready for doing the TV show tomorrow?
I mean, I'm excited. This form of racing, I don't care who you are, it's incredible. It gets my hair on ends. I love it. Unfortunately, with racing, the one downside is things like injuries. But let's be real. A lot of the fans, we come here for the racing and the crashes. And these trucks, they're designed to go fast. But the most important thing that TORC and all these people do with these TORC trucks is make sure the first thing is the driver is safe. But there's certain things you can't control. When that truck starts that spin, I've raced a truck. I flipped it in a pretty similar way, and I tell you, I mean, it feels like your eyes are going to be sucked out of their eyeballs because of the way that it's almost the anti-gravity. It's like, pulling you apart, and it's pretty violent. Even though you're strapped in, it does give you a violent ride. And sometimes it's just, the good thing is at the end of it, it's bruised sternum, maybe a cracked rib, a concussion. He needs to go to the chiropractor because his neck's out of whack. Maybe compressed his back. I don't want to say it's not a big deal, but sometimes it's a lot of little things. But it's just when it all happens at one time and you're a little bit disorientated, you have to be take all the precautions you can.
Well, about 3 weeks from now, we'll be at the dirt track at Charlotte, North Carolina. Ari's in it for the long haul if he can physically, as well as the truck being able to go out there. He wanted to be in this Pro 2 class. He thought that for him, this was the premier class. It didn't make sense for him to drive a Pro 4, spend all that money to have 2 extra wheels pulling, But he thought, the Pro 2 was a little bit stronger avenue as far as the talent than maybe the Pro Lights. They are fast.
Well, let's be real. We got talent in every class, and that's it. In the Pro Lights, we got the biggest field, but it comes back to it's a little more affordable. Those trucks are a little bit cheaper. It's more of a spec class. When you get a Pro 2 and Pro 4, we start talking a little more the bigger teams, a little more high-dollar sponsors, are needed to get in there.
Scott Wren's up here with us. Not sure if they have him turned on up as well, and he's been doing this for a long time.
I'm just kind of noticing, everyone's been concentrating on that. I've been looking at the other things going on. Is one, obviously under red flag conditions. In other forms of motorsports, when a red flag comes out, no one can touch their race cars. They're off limits until the yellow flag comes back out. I just happened to notice that Nick Tyree pulled completely off the track, went back into this pits, into his, where his rig is at, and about 2 minutes ago came all the way back. He's full geared up. He's got his helmet on, and now he's at the track entrance. So I don't know what kind of call that is. You kind of watch little things like that. Jared Johnson's in the hot pits right now. Obviously, there's no one around his truck, so maybe his day is absolutely done. But it's I'm kind of watching other things going on, and there's more going on than kind of what meets the eye and strategies and kind of goofy things. In fact, it looks like Nick may have disappeared, and no, he's still back there. Yeah.
Like you said, there's a lot of things going on, and if you guys look out at the racetrack, look at those monster flags. We got this kind of crosswind pretty much west to east, and if you look at the back part of the track, the big tabletop in the back where those guys get a lot of air, one of the concerns these guys have said is if that wind picks up and catches the underneath of the truck, it becomes like
a kite,
a massive kite that just catches the wind. And so these guys are ready to stomp that rear brake, and people might say, why would you do that? When you stop the rear wheels from turning, just the way the gyro and the effect of the inertia works, it actually lowers the front end and then allows them. But the problem is you get too far up, it's too late. You're just along for the ride.
It's funny because Scott pointed that out earlier, and you and I know from the motorcycle, you're talking about tapping brakes and back brakes. When they tap the brakes,
It's the
both.
brakes, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
both.
It's the brakes.
but the same gyroscopic effect, whenever
Exactly.
you're stopping that
Stop
motion.
that inertia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It brings you forward.
I'm not a scientist, so I can't give you the Isaac Newton
You're
definition.
a rocket surgeon, and you stayed at a Holiday Inn Express once.
Exactly.
Grant Langston, Scott Rand, I'm Robbie Floyd, and it looks like they are, once they clear that, and I believe they'll probably have to wait for medical personnel being here on facility and ready to go. You see, they're not letting this track try and get away, Scott. They're still watering it. I mean, they don't have anything to do with Ari and going to the medical facility. They're trying to keep water on this track that was holding up pretty well for the Pro 2s.
Oh, absolutely. And I was watching for those ruts that we talked about on that fresh layer of dirt, and it wasn't really forming. I'm not sure if they were running, again, trucks that were set up for the first half of the race or the second half. So I'm kind of thinking these guys are coming out less aggressive of grooves, setting up for a drier track in the second half of the race. Kind of giving up a little bit in the first half.
Exactly, and at this point now, if you look around the track, at certain parts where the guys are landing or driving, you get what we call blue groove, and when they water it, it starts to look shiny. It still has a bit of that blue hint, but you got to remember that is going to be really, really slick for these guys, especially coming back through these monster rollers in front of us. They don't look that big, but you get a little bit sideways, and you'll see it starts exaggerating as it starts rebounding and swapping. So these guys. There's a combination of pushing it to go and try and win, but you also don't want to wreck yourself when the track is still a little bit moist.
You need to take Mr. Big Talker over here on the track.
No, I'm not riding with Grant Langston in the truck. He's got some video he needs to show you, and you will not ride with Grant Langston. That's like saying I'll ride double with you on a motocross bike. Let me hit this triple real quick. Not going to happen.
I don't know if I put you on the back.
I wouldn't. Especially because I'd rip you off that thing. Again, just for those of you listening around the world, as we're back to live shots, Ari Leyendyk having a spin, or actually a tumble, in the Pro 2, just past the competition yellow at the halfway mark. They're taking him to the nearby medical facility for further evaluation. It's been a war of attrition. Only about 5-6 trucks remaining out there on the track. We started with 11 of them, some due to mechanical, some due to crashes altogether.
And that almost lends itself to round one. We got guys that are excited. There again, that was a racing incident. No one intentionally hit anyone. You got two guys going at, like you said, when the suspension's a little upset, trying to get it straightened up. It just takes a tap in midair or anything going off a jump. You do not want to land sideways in one of these Pro 2 trucks. They handle a lot, but at some point they're going to bite and dig. And unfortunately for Ari, that was the situation. So we've had a few crashes, but we've also had just some guys. I've seen several trucks leaving just with mechanical issues. But as the season goes on, these guys will start figuring out their groove. They'll get, eliminate some of these minor mechanicals. For some of these guys, it's something as simple as a cotter pin or one bolt that's sheared or a nut that came loose. I mean, it's never really anything really structural or serious.
The first race blues.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of guys coming out with either new trucks for them or new trucks, period. So they have no notebook to go back on from what worked and didn't work last year. They're creating their brand new notebooks right now. So there is definitely going to be a trial and error period. And this being the first round of racing.
We lost a little communication with our truck back there, and all communications on our end, but we see the truck starting to fire up, so we're not sure if this will be the start or they're going to give them a warm-up. But also, again, they're going to give them, it looks like, one lap.
Yeah, they'll give them about half of a lap hot, go around the track, and then right in the midfield, they'll pick up the pace truck. So once again, as we get ready to go back live, once again, welcome back to Primm Valley Resort, Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway, as we get ready for the second half of Pro 2 with Chad Horde running the field so far. Marty Hart in second, Jeff Seifert in third, and Mike Jenkins in fourth. And guys, I got to emphasize one last time that definitely wasn't Mike Jenkins' fault.
No.
Coming out of that corner, it was Ari Leyendyk kind of getting loose and bouncing, kind of like I call it an alligator tail.
Two racers
bouncing
racing
back and forth. And when he bounced one way, Mike Jenkins was already there with nowhere to go, and over he went.
It was too committed. Ari can't let off because he needs the power to drive him straight.
Drive him straight through,
Mike
yeah.
Can't let off because he's on straight already, and he didn't know that he was going to hook in front of him. So,
well, if you're in Ari's position and you let off,
You're already going over.
All right, Scott, it's about time to fire things up as it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the 11 original starters ready to go. So he'll bring them in slow and peel off as he heads towards the front straightaway. And you talked about, look at the cones. Those are the acceleration cones. It's up to the leader of the race, but he has to wait for that first cone. Now, he might wait and do it deep into that second cone, and it is up to the leader of the race because they have to stay single file coming up to that jump. They cannot get out of line to try and make a pass. They have to be single file over the jump and leave it up to the leader. Might have a little bumper car action sometimes if you want a deep stage a little bit.
But you know something, we kind of watched that not happen in Pro Light. I mean, some of the guys further back in the pack, they went 3 wide. So here we go one more time for the second half of Pro 2. We have got Chad Horn on the front. We have got also the ready lift forward of Marty Hart in second, and the sack key entry of Jeff Seifert running in third. The pace truck's off the track. Here we go already.
Well, I guess that
Man, 3 wide.
That shows you Seifert, he didn't like listening to the driver's meeting, and he takes that inside line and he takes the lead, it looks like. So
wow, Chad Horde is not about to have any of that. They're still 3 wide just for a moment.
But that still affects the leader up in front, Horde, because I could have sworn, I heard them mention that.
Black flag is coming out.
And
Black flag.
Expect it. They told you in the driver's meeting that's what happens.
Jeff Seifert is having such a great weekend. If that's who the flag is for, but right now, in that left hand is a black flag of Faye Stesney, our flagger.
Whoa,
and
somebody on 2 wheels.
Yeah, Nick Tyree saves it. He'll lose 1 spot. Meanwhile, Chad Horde has pulled away to a 15 truck length lead over Marty Hart running in second. Now we got to keep an eye on who the black flag is for. Chad Horde goes by, no black flag. Marty Hart, no black flag, and it is for Jeff Seifert. Seifert will have to serve at least a stop-and-go penalty in the penalty box in the hot pits.
And he's got to hope for a full course yellow if he's going to do that and have a chance of winning this thing.
And now I bet you $5 Seifert doesn't know where to go.
Yep.
Seifert does not know where the penalty box is. It's a stop-and-go in the hot pits.
That only makes sense because he didn't know not to pass before the first jump.
And he's obviously losing positions before he even pulls off the track. But he's on, keep in mind, he's on a one-way radio where he can listen only to USAC officials. So they're probably talking through it right now. Where is it? He pulls off and he kind of did his own stop and go.
It's unfortunate for him because he was driving really well and was up there, and that's just one of those cerebral flatulence moments where the racer got the better of him, I'll put it that way.
So it's still Chad Horde up front. From small town Phelps, Michigan, around about 8-9 truck length lead over a Southern boy, Marty Hart running in second.
Whoa!
Chad Horde nearly off the track, entering into that right-hand infield turn.
And he took it all the way to that outside and clipped the bail, but you know if you get too far outside, you've also got one of those concrete barriers that you could be heading in with the back end, and that will stop you in a hurry.
Now keep your eye, and this is a situation where you got to keep an eye on the tires now. Did he maybe pop a tire? Maybe just a little bit of a slice, because he also took down the flag, and that's held up by PVC. So that could put a little slice in that left rear, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Well, we also talked about, it was Horde that said that we heard from Kelly that he set up for the dry. So I was like, I was starting to think about tire setup, but he was set up for the dry, so he should get better the drier this course gets.
And it looked like Jared Johnson tried to come back onto the track, now thought better of it, and he's pulling off one more time. And Nick Tyree is slowing once again, but not Chad Horde running up front. Marty Hart's giving it everything he's got.
As is Mike Jenkins back there in third.
Mike Jenkins running good lap times.
Whoa, the 7 almost does exactly what I had said just off camera there.
He may have lost power steering because he couldn't quite make the turn, and he stopped now.
He does. That just gives
we'll keep an eye on Pat Clark right now.
More opportunity for Seifert to close in and make up ground and points from that having to pull over a little earlier.
Looks like the speed is there. And let's see, Jared Johnson's back on the track, but well off the pace and trying to run around for points. But I'm not sure what the problem is, but Pat Clark back underway and at pretty good speed.
I'm kind of surprised there, aren't you, that Marty Hart, he was really holding tight before the competition yellow, but as the races progressed, dropping back a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the call would be on that. I mean, he is such a smart individual.
Right.
As far as setting up that truck. It could be just a simple thing as tires. I mean, it's amazing how just a wrong groove can add 2-3 seconds per lap to your lap time by having the wrong grooves. Meanwhile, Chad Hort has pulled out now to about 20, maybe 25 trunk length lead, and it's not a runaway by any means, but it's starting to get close to one.
And you mentioned tires. Both these guys sponsored with Maxxis tires on their truck, but that doesn't mean they have the same cut.
Yeah, exactly. You know, even tire pressure, you know,
right.
2-3 pounds can make such a huge difference.
8 pounds. 8 pounds can make. Depends how much heat you're building up in as well. And it's looking either as heat-wise, you know, from the Blue Groove stuff, but also the tires act as a form of suspension too.
They're running on 17-inch wheels, 12.5 inches wide on 35s. So pretty much almost, I mean, these are specially made for racing, but the design, the cuts, the rubber compound, all those kinds of things go into what could be a manufacturer, 6, 8 months, 9 months down the road on the shelf. And the white flag, what seems to be like a 2-month-long race here, is finally coming out, and Chad Hort is still pulling away from Marty Hart. I'd like to see what the lap times were for Mike Jenkins, as he's been running very well out there in that Pro 2.
Jenkins on the Cooper Tires Ram. Supposed my Traxxas Cooper Tires in Amsoil. 4th place. Still have that race.
Yeah, you look at Seifert and it's kind of like, oh, what could have been?
Yeah.
You know?
Honestly, he was fast, and I'm sure his crew will probably talk to, because I don't think, again, we're not officials, but I don't think there's any denying it or disputing it if he watches that, you know, that there was no problem in question. You had a chance to win this race, and you kind of take yourself out of it by doing that.
You know, just talking to him a little bit 2 days ago, you can just tell the excitement of the guy. It's hard to control him, you know.
How excited do you think this guy's going to be?
Chad Hort, I want to know what Amy's thinking right now. Chad Hort will take the win. The driver out of Phelps, Michigan, second out of Louisiana. Marty Hart will come around. And how about this? First podium of the year for Mike Jenkins in that Traxxas number 47. It'll be Jeff Seifert in that SAC team number 95 coming around, and Pat Clark in number 7. The top 5.
Tyree, Johnson, Lyondike unofficially your top 8. Kincaid and Greaves going to finish in 10th. So 10 started this Pro 2. Now, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a victory celebration down there, but also the Pro 4, the big bad boys, coming up next as some people start to make their way out of the stands. Go grab something to eat, grab something to drink, maybe an adult beverage, and kick back with us here. TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by Amsoil. We've got the bad dudes. If you're a drag racer fan, it's like Top Fuel Dragsters of off-road.
Oh, it'll stop your heart. So once again, we'll be back in just a moment.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The Earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The Earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
All right, looks like we're coming back, and let's take a look at the video board as we prepare to take a look at what happened in that last main event. Again, don't go anywhere, anybody. The Pro 4 is yet to come here in just a moment, and as good as this track, I don't know that they would do much prep, would they? Because it looks pretty good.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have to throw it on some water because
water.
They're talking, yeah, at the very least.
All right, so it looks like the victory celebration going on down there. Let's go down to, who is it? Taylor's down there. Taylor Snyder with the number 9 of Chad Horde.
Hey, get the Max's hats out of there. Why?
What a Pro 2 race that was. Of course, we had some difficulties, and our prayers are with Ari Lyondike Jr. We'll keep you updated either later on today or at another time with his condition. But for now, we're here to celebrate at the podium our number 1 finisher, Chad Horde. He's getting out of his truck right now. We'll give him a little time to breathe and relax after that. Chad Horde, you were our number 1 qualifier, and then with the Dash for Cash, you also were our number 1 qualifier. Nothing changed there. I heard at first that you weren't too happy with the changes they were making with that extra run, but now it seems to be working out really well for you.
Yeah, it did work out. You know, we got the Dash for Cash and we qualified first, and we've been here 2 weeks now. We came last week, been here testing, and brought it into this week, and just it's awesome. My crew worked hard. They did a great job with the track, and you know, Boss Snowplow and Amsoil and these Maxxis tires, and we're here on the podium and got a win.
Well, congratulations. And I have one more question. When you're out there and something happens where you do have a red flag and you are sitting for that long, what does it take to sort of get your energy back up to get back in that racing mode?
You know, it does. It definitely plays mind games with you, especially when you know one of your fellow racers is hurt, and it just, you know, hopefully everything's okay for them. You know, we hate to see something like that happen, and you just try to clear your head, and, you know, we're racers. This is what we do, and we just get back at it.
Well, congratulations, and of course all of our support goes out to Ari, but to you, congratulations, Chad Horde.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Chad. And what a way to kick off the season. You could see the enthusiasm in him when he got out of that truck. He's like, woohoo! I mean, it's first, you know, this year, that's the way to set the tone for the rest of the season and starting off here at the first round.
And the only time I ever see him that excited is like opening day of deer season.
He bags one.
Like, oh, yeah. And the thing is, his wife, Amy, is such a cool gal. I mean, she's probably even more excited than he is. So Chad Horde's always fast, one of the guys that's always a front runner. But yet back in the pit area, he's always so quiet, so mild, so mannered, so meek. And one of the guys that definitely will take a minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, or an hour to hang out with the fans, whatever it takes. So, again, I got to emphasize the fact, Robbie, that don't leave right after that Pro 4 race is over with. Stick around, hang out. Go back in the pit area, get pictures and autographs and hang out. And you don't have to go home because this is an interactive event, not just the sport.
Right, and we're going to step away for just a moment, and when we come back, we're going to have our victory celebration down there. So stick with us here at TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by Amsoil.
We build tires, but not tires like anybody else. We build Cooper tires for people, not just cars. People who are chauffeurs and shuttle pilots, heavy haulers and heavy hitters. More than what your Cooper tires can do, it's about what you can do with your Cooper tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Yeah. Oh, welcome back.
Well, we just spoke to our winner, Chad Horde, but I am here with the entire Pro 2 podium to get a few words from our finishers, and I'm going to start with our third place finisher, Mike Jenkins. Mike, you're out in there in the Traxxas car, and you were looking really solid, but I know something really important is your new tires. This track is really dry out there, so how did you get those tires set up to come up on this podium today?
You're right, Taylor. I tell you, the tires are new for us this season. We've got a whole lot new. We started with basically a new team. We were able to retain 2 of our guys that we had the last 5 years. We started a new shop. Jeff Kincaid and his family responsible for that. Hats off to you guys for putting together a great race program for us and getting us out here and going racing again this year. But yeah, we've got some great help. We've got a new tire from Cooper. Cooper's got a lot of side bite. We've got a lot more tuning ability than what we came from last year. We got guys over at Impact this year that jumped on board with us and sent us. Let me tell you, if you guys don't own one of Robbie's helmets with the big blower on the top that's off-road specific, go buy one. And I'm not joking. It's the first time I put one on was yesterday, and I'm blown away impressed. It's like air conditioning in your face. It's fantastic. But anyhow, yeah, we got to thank our sponsors for getting us out here. But look at these guys over here. We're running around here with Chad Horde and Marty Hart. It's great having Marty out here. I hope you come out and run a few more races with us, Marty. You guys are just stellar in your driving. So great to be up here.
All right. Well, congratulations, Mike Jenkins. Anyone else you want to thank or bring up?
Well, you know, I got my family out here this weekend. I'm glad you set that up for me, Taylor, because the kids just flew in here today to see Daddy race, and my daughter said, I'm missing a volleyball tournament for this. If you don't do this for Pro 4, it wasn't worth it. So we got some pressure on us for the next race. But you know, the most important person in my life is my fiance, Kelly. And man, I tell you what, she stuck by me through thick and thin, and her family, you're part of it, Taylor. Thank you.
All right. Well, congratulations, Mike Jenkins, in the Pro 2, and good luck in the upcoming Pro 4 race. I'm going to move on over to Marty Hart, our second place finisher out there. Marty, let's talk a little bit about track conditions out there, especially with that long wait on the red flag. Track conditions, of course, changed. They watered it. What was going through your head and also in your spotter's radio as to the track conditions?
Well, obviously the corners got real rutted and the straightaway were super slippery, so I think Chad and I both, I was watching him swap up there all over the place. I know I was on it, so I know he was hammering on it, so we just didn't have a lot for him today, but I want my hats off to BJ and these guys have took this series by the handle and made it fun, made racing fun, and that's why I enjoy doing this series, because they enjoy it. It's more laid back. It's so much fun, though, and the people are just so much more personable. I love it. I really enjoy it, and I want to say hats off to those guys. But most importantly, Ready Lift, Maxxis, Gear Up to Go, Amsoil, all those guys, Kolpin, all my sponsors and my guys have worked so hard. When we came here, we just mainly wanted to come test and have some fun with these guys because it's in Vegas where our race shop is. So we've really had a good time and want to say hats off to all these guys, and thanks again.
Well, congratulations, and hopefully this is a great incentive to maybe bring you back for a couple more races this season.
Yeah, we'd like to try to do some big race out maybe at Crandon or something, but we'll see what the future holds.
Well, I can't wait to see another race like that. All right, give it up for Marty Hart. And moving on up to our first place finisher, Chad Horde. Chad, you're always such a strong competitor in this class. And of course, we've seen numerous people come home with the trophy. So it's always great to see different people up here. And of course, a vet like you, it's always great to see him.
Yeah, it's great to be up here. You know, the crew really dug deep into the truck this winter. We made a lot of changes, and just happy to be here. You know, we came here, started testing last week with a group of guys here, and we're like, hey, this thing's fast, and it just got better and better, and you know, went out there, got fast qualifier and won the race. But you know, just hats off to the crew, and I just got to thank everybody at Boss Snowplow and Amsoil and Maxxis, and just all you fans for being out here. Thank you to love the sport. We love you, and just got to thank Goodwin Competition. Todd's really stepped up with our motor program this year, and it's showing.
All right, well, give it up for your entire Pro 2 podium. Up here today, Mike Jenkins, Marty Hart, and Chad Horde.
The first podium of the year for those guys. Congratulations, and they had so much fun today. We'll get to see them do it again tomorrow.
I think that it's going to be a good time in the Boss Snowplow pit area for sure, without a doubt. And this is exactly what those three guys needed. Those three in particular needed a shot in the hinder of adrenaline to get this season started for them.
Right. A lot of people were wondering about the driver that was taken off a little earlier. Aaron Lyondike Jr. In the gunk truck actually rolled several times. Those of you watching online and here in person, we don't have many specifics, but two things we do know: he was conscious when he left the facility here, and he was moving his extremities. So Our thoughts and prayers go out to Ari and all of his family, but we know he is up and conscious and he is moving his extremities, and we hope to find out more tonight and maybe deliver for you tomorrow.
There's one way I know. I don't care if he's got a broken pinky or elbow or shoulder. There's one way I know that he was okay. I had heard that he had asked one of his guys if he knew, what was if anything was wrong with his truck. What was wrong with his truck? That's what he wanted to care about. He was still strapped in, being pulled out, but he was more worried about his truck than he was anything else. So Ari, I'm sure, is okay. Hopefully we'll see him back here later, maybe tonight, maybe even tomorrow. But race fans that have stuck around, we thank you again for doing so and being patient. We have a heck of a weekend, opening day here. And for the race fans that have and that are experienced in this sport and know this sport, I want to do one more call out, and this might even kind of maybe you might recognize Ari, or I'm sorry, Ari. We've been saying that name so much lately, Robbie. That we have got Evan Evans here this afternoon, and I want to call out that man right there. Has been racing for years in a Pro 2, paralyzed from the chest down. He's raced a Pro 2 in a totally hand-controlled truck, and so many times I've gone down in his pit area over the years and just watched the hand controls, how he drove that truck, and almost brought tears to my eyes, how much work those two arms did and controlled a 900 horsepower Pro 2.
Yeah,
and having him here this afternoon is such a cool thing, so it's great seeing him. Obviously son of Walker Evans, another absolute legend of this sport, but great seeing him. And well, we're still getting ready for the last race of the afternoon.
Looks like the good-looking people are starting to make their way out here to the stands again here at TORC the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. So a little victory celebration for the Pro 2s, and they are doing a little track prep. I don't see, and this is a sign that they're not probably going to grade anymore, right? They're working into turn 1, but when they put that much water in it, the last turn actually looks pretty decent compared to what it was earlier. Maybe they will leave it alone. Not as many trucks in the Pro 4, but they are definitely turning up the dirt.
Yeah, I'm watching Jeff out there on the grader, and he's kind of just rolling around, find out where there might be spots of track he can grade over. But once again, we just got a couple of minutes before the next race, so you know what? Hang on, we'll be right back after a few words from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Start the cameras. All right, stand up on the exterior step.
So hold on, I'm going hold on.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSOIL on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSOIL driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Well, I am Robbie Floyd, and we are at the Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway. Stop number 1 is Duel of the Desert in this sunny afternoon at the California-Nevada border, just behind Buffalo Bills Casino. Scott Wren, it looks like it's a perfect day for racing because we've got all these fans out here ready to see the bad boys, the Pro 4s, ready to take off here in just a moment.
Such a different animal. I mean, it's the big brother of the Pro 2. You know, it doesn't sound like a whole lot. You got two more wheels grabbing, 900 horsepower. But the things you can do with these race trucks, I'm going to tell you the story right now real quick before they come out. If you look over in that final corner, you see that Cooper tire banner. Right around there is where Adrian Cheney did the famous wall ride. He got hung up in that marbles, got basically turned right, got sucked up into the wall, climbed the fence, basically did a little
a roller coaster ride.
yeah, it was Speed Racer. He ran all the way across that fence, came down right around the AMSOIL banner is, never lifted the throttle, kept the lead, and kept on going. And I've never knew 12,000 people to be so quiet. His right side tires were above the top of the fence all the way around. Kept control, no flats, came back down. And I think if you YouTube that, if you searched it, you'd find it. An absolutely stunning moment here at this racetrack.
Speaking of YouTube, thank everyone for watching on YouTube and the Motortrend channel. Thank you. You can also give us your best shot. Tweet or Instagram your pictures to hashtag TORC, T-O-R-C, and now we're taking a look at some of them.
Hey, there's Brendan, all right.
There's an RE before picture. Much better than the after, and there's Brendan Gaughan and one of his sons.
There we go, that's a perfect shot. Let's see, we got Luke Johnson and Jared Brooks on the left, and Mike Jenkins on the right. This is exactly what we're talking about. This is what's so cool about social media these days.
Show us your best shots and hashtag TORC. Yep, always look good.
Chad Horde on the right.
The winner.
How come you haven't done one yet?
Me?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, I did. No, I did hashtag, no, I did at TORC Off-Road. I did take a picture down the line of all the fans here.
I have no idea who that is.
I don't know who that is on the right, but it's a great picture if you put hashtag TORC. And that exemplifies hotness. Congratulations to you, whoever took that shot.
I have no comment. My wife.
Don't want to get in trouble. My wife's not watching online right now. Yeah, there we go again. It's only appropriate that Boss was right next to that picture because she was Boss.
We got Beefcake taking a picture.
Oh,
of us right
yeah. Yeah, he's bigger than you. I wouldn't talk to him
Tony
like
Bachhoven hasn't seen the inside of a fast food restaurant in the last 6 months, I think.
Yeah, he'll be doing the field reporter stuff with Christy Lee, who's also up here as well, trying to get the inside scoop down on the podium. Tony will be down either in the pits or over there at the staging area.
We're going to duct tape Tony Bachhoven and take him over to In-N-Out and just like pile drive his face in a big old bowl of French fries. He's been on one of those crazy workout regimes. He's probably got, what, 3% body fat going? Arnold.
Hey, look at this.
Arnold Bachhoven.
Hey, talk to me, Goose. Look at this. Miss TORC model search. I didn't even know about this. Where are these girls at? Show us why you should be Miss TORC 2015. Grand prize is
$2,500.
$2,500. Miss TORC, MISSTORC.com. I need to be a judge. I don't know. I'm married. I'm happily married, but I need to be a judge for MissTorc.com. But it's simple. I got to, you go online there and register, and you can win $2,500 cash money, player.
You need to be a judge?
Yes, I need to be a judge.
I'm married, but I'm still
I'm married to a beautiful woman. I think I should be able to be a judge. I'm highly qualified.
I got nothing. My wife is here. I think my wife should be a judge. There you go.
She could judge with me.
That means I get to hang out with my wife then. The date night. Date night with the wife. She judges the Miss TORC contest.
Yeah, that one. Even I could not pull that off.
I couldn't twist that around. No. I'm telling you, there's nothing better than the sound of 900 horsepower warming up off in the distance, and that's exactly what we have. And that is such a beautiful thing. And when you see these guys hit this track, and there's nothing they can't do, I'm telling you right now, Robbie, you're going to be amazed. And I can't wait to take you to some of these other racetracks we're going to be hitting this season. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still here, you're back there in the manufacturer's midway, you're grabbing something to eat, maybe you're picking up a TORC hat, T-shirt, sweatshirt, hoodie, whatever it may be, please, right now, make your way back to the seats as we are just a moment away from the last race of the night. We are talking about the AMSOIL Pro 4, boys. 900 horsepower, four-wheel drive. And when you have a guy in the race with his nickname called Wildman, you got to come back to the track and watch it.
Also see a defending champion out there as well. Will he be able to try and kick off his 2014 season in a strong way? Johnny Greaves out of Wisconsin. And you look at the ages of the pro lights earlier. We saw, 18 to 52. When you look at the pro forwards, these are the more established veterans. See, that's my way of calling them old. More established veterans. The youngest guy in this class is 40 years of age.
Well, I'm not going there. You started.
I said they are established veterans. The youngest guy is 40 years of age. That's younger than I am.
I still ain't got nothing.
Yeah, you're not going to go there. Hey, don't miss the Husqvarna Showdown at the dirt track in Charlotte, April 25th through 26th. You can watch it online. Again, same way as you watching online on the YouTube channel or Motortrend channel on YouTube. You can also watch it at Charlotte, April 25th and 26th. That's at Charlotte Motor Speedway there. Is it inside the oval or is it just outside the oval, but there at the track?
It's at the dirt track. I mean, it's
just on the outside of probably the back straight?
No, it's not at the super speedway.
Right.
It's at the dirt track itself. It's built. Basically, it's almost going to be what you see right here, but smaller.
Oh.
It's kind of like our version of Bristol, very tight track.
But they didn't put the dirt track at the big speedway.
No, actually, what happened? You got the drag strip there, the 4-lane drag strip. Then you have the speedway. Then you have the dirt track in the middle, and then across the street.
Oh, so yeah, they're all in the same complex.
So you can walk.
Okay,
You can walk to
right.
all three
like
in 10 minutes. Yeah. But it's a simply fantastic facility. It seats 15,000 or 12,000, I believe it is. Just a great facility.
Should be good dirt there, too.
Yeah, that's red clay, baby. And it's almost going to be what you see right here. What you call the stadium setting right there will be almost an arena setting. And that will be more like a supercross track where the jumps will be bigger. The speeds won't be quite as much. But the thing is, they're going to have huge, huge jumps. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. They're coming out onto the track. The last race of the afternoon. Here they come. Pro 4, 900 horsepower. Come on back to your seats because here come the best of the best of the best. 900 horsepower. I'm not ready to lose my mind, baby. Scott Douglas, fast qualifier. We're going to be the first truck out on the track. There's a great shot right there of Adrian Cheney in that four-wheel parts entry. But once again, here comes that Amsoil Borla exhaust number 7 of Scott Douglas. Today's fast qualifier. Right behind him, that Monster Energy MagnaFlow number 22. It's the Toyota of Johnny Greaves. The third truck on the track. Out of New York City, the four-wheel parts. Maxxis Tire, Wildman, Adrian Cheney, and the number 47 black and red entry of Traxxas, that is Mike Jenkins. And right behind him, it's the 25, the red entry of Mark Jenkins. And rounding out the field, he's calling himself the Bootlegger, sponsored by Popcorn Sutton's White Whiskey, the number 5 of Mark Kwame. Just want to let everybody know real quick that right after this race, we're going to have drivers will be signing autographs at the booths, and Brad Lovell will be at the MagnaFlow semi. So all the drivers after this race will be coming back to their booths. They'll be doing an autograph session all throughout the pit area. Because specifically, Brad Lovell will be at the MagnaFlow semi just outside the gate.
That's cool. It doesn't cost a dime.
Don't go anywhere after the race, man. I keep telling you, buddy.
You're already here. You might as well get your favorite driver's autograph. Little boy or little girl at home hoping to you to come back with a little swag. Hey, but first, let's go down to Kelly Snyder.
Well, guys, just a quick update before this Pro 4 race gets off. We have Ross Hook back here in the staging lanes. When he pulled up, he didn't have his helmet on, and some of his safety gear wasn't fastened yet, so he's definitely in a hurry. Something must have gone on in the pits, but the safety crew here at USAC is making sure that everything's good so he can get back on that track and hopefully make that green flag start. But Mike Jenkins, somebody to watch, just jumped out of that Pro 2 finishing third, had to hop right into this truck. It's pretty hot out here, so I'm sure he's pretty fatigued. That's somebody that's going to be double duty. It really takes a toll on you. And somebody else to definitely look out for is our 2013 champion in Pro 4, Johnny Greaves. Went back-to-back here in Primm last year when we ended our TORC series for 2013 here. So if anybody knows this track here at Primm and what this track will turn out to be at the end of the race, it's going to be Johnny Greaves.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. In the interest of safety, they kept him in that truck, and he's not going to get any warm-up time, not going to see what the track looks like.
No.
That's your fault, and he's going to have to pull in line as quick as he can at the back of the field. So
I believe that's the only truck on the track in Pro 4 running on Nindo tires as well, as he's out of Holland, Michigan, in that silver Toyota Ross Hook, coming right from the Pro Light ranks into Pro 4 just a few years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, here they come. Make your way to the seats. They're coming around turn number 4. Pace trucks off the track. Scott Douglas will hit the first cone. Johnny Greaves outside. Get ready to go!
Douglas on the inside, looks like Greaves on the outside. Oh, a little tangled up there. It looks like Jenkins might have got a wheel on the inside, stopped his momentum, but look at Greaves. He's going to be set up on the inside, coming through the rollers.
Skipping their way through the infield in that tight right-hand turn. Johnny Greaves up and over. Johnny Greaves hooks a rut and will roll over 1.5 times, ends up on his lid. I'll put money on it. If they can get him back on his wheels quick enough, he can continue on. But man, right now, at least a minimum yellow flag is coming out.
Was that a case of hooking a rut or actually getting too much traction to those out? You look like you got just too much bite, because that track right in that portion looks perfect right now.
Well, here's the thing. He came around that corner, but if you can keep those wheels spinning, add power on speed, you'll slide through. I think he was still trying to rotate that truck, so he was off the throttle, and that's what hooked him and went up and over.
Yeah, he got so much grip in that turn. That was just a case of trying to put it on that inside, trying to hug that inside and get underneath again. He was in the right position, but not able to get the throttle down, like you said.
I have no idea how they're going to roll him over like that. But the thing is, keep in mind, the longer that truck is upside down, all the oil that's in the bottom of the engine is now going to the top, and you just don't want to fire up an engine like that. But if they can get him back on his wheels real quick and keep that oil where it's supposed to be, he can still fire that truck up and get it maybe back underway. He's still on the lead lap.
Is there no chance that even with the amount of people that are down there that they'd be able to push that truck over that way, or do they always do it with the rope?
Well,
because almost it seemed like the angle it was right now. We get 6 people over there and they're trying to push it. You might be able to get it on his wheels. That's why I'm just wondering, in historical, how do they normally do it? Always with a rope?
That's just a tough call right there. Talk about an inopportune location. They're trying to figure out themselves. And I'm telling you right now, these guys are very good at what they do. And they are actually hustling. It looks like,
bypass.
Oh, man, yeah. They're
well, that doesn't count as a lap against them, though, because they're going to have to reset, and they can't send those guys till he's out of the way. So it's not like he's going to lose a lap in this instance, right?
I don't think there's any truck damage, so he might get underway. But the biggest thing is,
Houston, we have a problem.
Will he take that chance and try to fire that truck up with now obviously the oil going all to the very top? I don't know if it's going to. I don't know, man. That's an expensive motor. Do I want to hit that red button that says start or not?
Yeah, do you take your, 8th place or 7th place and just say, all right, I'm going to take my lumps and not tear up a who knows how many dollar motor?
I know, but I don't want to say. No, what, guys?
All right. You go this way, I'll go that way.
I was just saying they were the best at what they do, too, didn't they?
Yeah, it's all right. Hey, it's not us laughing. It's the fans in the stands that were.
Yeah, but we're kind of like.
It was just so loud it was coming over our microphone.
Well, right now I really don't know what the call is. My biggest thing is, will that truck be able to fire up? Okay, it's back on its wheels. If we see a big, huge puff of white smoke, well, right now he's probably starting the motor with the electronics turned off, just to kind of get some oil pressure built up. If he can build up oil pressure, he might start it. But, yeah, you can see the guys right there with the extinguishers just in case. So Johnny is trying to fire it up. Yeah, he is trying to start. There it is.
There's the cloud of smoke and Hardy High-O Silver. That's not so good.
Yeah, you saw a big. No, that's fine. That's fine.
No, I'm saying it's not so good for that guy in that gray truck because he just got a cab full of white smoke.
Oh, yeah. Then big old Tom-Tops, get your butt out of here. You go race. Now we got to worry about the front end, left front or right front, because that took the biggest beef. He's obviously going to be in the back of the pack.
All right, we got Kelly with a quick update.
Okay.
Well, guys, there's not a lot of racers that can roll over their car during the first lap of a race, flip it back over. We see the white smoke that was billowing out of the back of his truck and have it started again. He's back on the track. If anyone could do that, it would be our 2013 reigning Pro 4 champ, Johnny Greaves. So, guys, this is going to be one very determined racer out there.
Thanks, Kelly. And you smell that smoke? That's don't like that smell. That's not a good. It's not generally a good smell. That is motor oil burning at a high rate. But once that initial poof was done, hopefully that's all he has to worry about.
Yeah, I think right now they're looking at more the suspension components, I think, than anything else. The motor, I'd have to say, is okay. Obviously, he wouldn't have fired it up if there wasn't any oil pressure built up. But right now, as we look at the screen, you can see the guys
ripping parts off.
Yeah, they're tearing off the fiberglass real quick
to give him that chance to compete. They're not ripping that off to park him. They're trying to get him out there. Let's maybe cheer him on and make him area.
You know what we call that? We call that autograph material. They'll take that back in the pits. All these teams will take that back in the pits, and they'll give it to the race fans tonight. So they'll clean it up, sign it, and send you home with it.
They need a little mini sledge right now. If they can get that thing going, they're going to send him on his way, and he might have a pretty good head of steam by the time he gets to that last turn.
And what I love about Johnny Greaves is there's two different drivers.
They can't get that one piece off.
One is a very calm driver, comes out and runs his race. And then there's a ticked-off Johnny Greaves.
Well, here's ticked-off Johnny Greaves right there.
I can't wait to see this.
He knows that's on him. You know it? I mean, he knows that was him. That had nothing to do with it.
He's got to go because they're going to go green, and he'll probably hit the final turn at speed. So
Yeah.
he's got to get on it, and he's got to get on it hard right now. There ain't no waiting.
They might actually slow them down so he's not at speed. It'd be an advantage. So
I don't know.
looks like they're
pulling
going
off.
All right. His spotter, I guarantee, is telling him to stay on the throttle. You're going to be right on time.
Here we go. Douglas up front, Jenkins in second, Mark Jenkins third, Adrian Tenney fourth. They head into turn one. And Greaves is right there in it, back in the pack, but he's still part of the action.
I think he's testing it out right now because he didn't really land too far on that last little table.
Here comes Mark Jenkins. Mark Jenkins went from third to first, went to the outside of Scott Douglas. Douglas now on the inside in that right-hand turn.
Now Jenkins on the outside and that left. He's going to have a higher double. Both of them on there kind of crossing just a little bit. But how about this race to start things up? Where's Greaves? He's already passed two drivers. He's up into fifth.
Did I tell you he puts that thing in the wind tunnel with the body off just in case of moments like this?
Yeah, these are four-wheel drive machines. This is the big boys. This is the fast class, and you're watching the best drivers at it right now, only on lap number 2.
And look at Mark Jenkins in second. Had that truck sideways all the way to the corner and gaining on Douglas. Less than half a truck length.
Adrian Chitty's behind. He's going to take a different approach on the inside.
What happened? Now Douglas is up front, just out of sight on that double step up into the first turn. Douglas made the move, now running up front. And how about Johnny Greaves now in fourth, battling for third?
And taking the low line, he's going to get the drive. He is in third. Chitty, and almost jumping off the track right over near the hot pits.
Johnny Greaves is riding on the edge. Now if he just could realize he's in a very, very good position. We are nowhere near the halfway point yet. Running up the third from dead last.
And don't do anything crazy because the halfway point we have the competition yellow. So, I mean, there's still a ton of racing here. Cheer them on as they make their way the entire field right on this front straightaway. You have out in front
Scott Douglas, Napola, Amsoil exhaust number 7. Cheney in second, but here comes Greaves.
He's setting up on the outside, going to square it up. Going to get a wheel underneath, or does he? Cheney loses a little bit of drive, but that's the power of these four-wheel drive machines.
All our trucks skipping right through the infield in that tight right-hand corner.
Whoa, Cheney goes around.
Backs it in. Greaves has nowhere to go.
It's bumper cars, and now they're wedged into the barriers. That could do damage on the rear end, not get out of alignment for Greaves. He's into second, but it might cost him after hitting that barrier.
Well, actually, Greaves didn't hit the barrier. Cheney
hit him, but then Greaves hit the barrier with that right side because he had nowhere to go.
With the right rear, so now we got to keep an eye on flats. Cheney, there's 3 trucks lined up in it. Nobody wanted to back up and give the other guy the advantage. Meanwhile, Douglas was already clear of it and is now running up front, probably about 25-30 lead, truck-length lead over Johnny Greaves running in second. Mark Jenkins third, Mike Jenkins fourth, Adrian Tenney back in fifth.
Greaves is going to be running a naked truck here in just a moment. He's lost darn near every body panel on that thing except for the roof. Starting to separate a little bit. It looks like Chinny. Look at this pass. Look at Chinny back there just behind our lead group.
He thinks he's Steve Kinzer out there backing that truck in the corner. He had that truck turn and backing into the corner before he even hit the apex.
And he got by Mark Jenkins in the process, and now Chinny working on third place on the outside. Look at that battle for...
make it 3 wide. I'll tell you right now, Johnny Greaves has calmed down. He's taking a deep breath. He's waiting for that competition yellow. He's fine right where he's at. He's waiting for that comp yellow. I'll put money on it. This is Vegas, baby. I'll put a bunker down. Oh, right front flat tire on Mike Jenkins. Our truck running in third. Mike Jenkins, right front flat tire. As Chenny now goes to the inside.
He's still getting a lot of drive with a flat, though. And yeah, it's definitely flat. He knows it now, and he's trying to find a way to turn in.
And he's doing it before the comp yellow. Boy, I don't know. He might go a lap down. I might have waited before the lap,
Watch Chinny as we're watching him on board. He's up to third now. Watch him come out of this last turn here in just a moment. He looked like a dirt tracker, I mean a dirt track car. He put that left front up on the inside cushion all the way around the bales. Let's see if he can try and do that again or if it was by accident the last time around. Look at him square it up. No, he didn't want to take that line this time. I think it was a little too aggressive.
All right, we're still watching Mike Jenkins in the hot pits. He's got 2 straightaways to get out on the lead lap. Douglas is slowing. Scott Douglas, our leader, is slowing. Through the infield rhythm section, Johnny Greaves now has the lead. Johnny Greaves going by the hot pits. Mike Jenkins now a lap down. Scott Douglas does not pull into the pits.
Whoa, and Chinny almost goes off the track again. Those guys in that split section trying to run with 2 wheels on the left and 2 wheels on the right in the split, and it makes for some close calls as we're seeing on the back straightaway. Johnny Greaves, again, it still has not to make the halfway point or the competition yellow, and he goes from worst to first if he can just keep it going. Wow. And if that motor is still going to run strong the entire time. Whoa, something happened here.
Oh, Mark Kwame and Ross Hook battling for position right there.
So Kwame almost did a little loop out as what my official spotter has out there. That race back in, what, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That's where the action is on the track.
Douglas is pulled off the track at the entrance of final turn. So back in staging, Douglas is off the track. His day is done. He's not even going to try to run the course for laps, or for points, I should say.
Sounds like a motor issue, probably. What do you think?
I was kind of thinking maybe he may have lost power steering, which is just like catastrophic in one of these things, but the way he pulled off like that, yeah, you may be correct on that. But Johnny Greaves right now, he's almost downshifted. And there's the competition yellow. Now we might see something with Chenny as he crosses the line. He'll now be in the back bumper.
Chenny's been fast and he didn't back down. We saw it. I mean, he had the problem and spun out a little bit in that infield right-hand turn that caused the problem with Greaves that second time, but Chenny's not backing down. Now you're going to put him nose to tail for the second half of this race. We may have us a good one here, even though there's only 4 cars or 4 trucks still running in the field.
I can't wait to see what maybe the bootlegger has up his sleeve, because he's had Mark Kwame's had a lot of time testing here, so he's always been out here to have fun the last couple years, but this year's a whole lot different.
All right, we're going to step away for just a second, be back with the second half
of
Pro 4.
No! Chenny, left rear flat tire. Left rear flat tire on Adrian Chenny. So now we're going to see what's going to happen. Will he pull in the pits right here?
He has to, doesn't he?
Yep, yes. There goes Chenny. Left rear flat tire on our second place truck.
All right, we're going to take a break for just a second, and let's see how Chenny does coming back for the second half of Pro 4.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, oil gauge, everything's pegged. The AMSL product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
All right, looks like they're lined up first. Let's go down to Scott Douglas, who's with Kelly.
Can you have your hat? Hey guys, standing by with Scott Douglas, leading that race. You were literally just seconds ahead of these guys up front. I know Johnny was trying to make passes, but I saw you at Primm last week testing this truck, and I knew you had some engine problems then. What happened out there on that track?
Oh, it had nothing to do with the engine. The crew really prepped the AMSOIL Borla Toyo tire truck really well, and we just we had a transmission failure, and about 3 laps before I pulled off, it was slipping in second and third shift, and then it went all together, and that's it. But we got a really fast AMSOIL truck, and we'll show them tomorrow.
Well, not the best finish for Scott, but he'll be back tomorrow, guys.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. And, did you see Adrian Chinny airing it out on the back tabletop over there? He's in fifth, but I still think the orange truck's one to watch.
Oh, boy. Every single time he hits the track, how about that? Mark Kwame, the bootlegger, right now in that third spot. Here we go one more time. Southern Nevada. The last half of Pro 4. Green. Mike Jenkins. I'm sorry, Mark Jenkins and Mark Kwame in that third spot.
There goes on the inside, the orange machine. You see Adrian. I told you he's one to watch. He's in fourth, looking at third. Look at that. Already up to third, getting by 2 drivers. Now he's set up on the inside. We see this.
Here we go. The Wild Man is doing it right now.
There's the grip that Greaves, he had too much that time. It looked like Adrian was able to hold it on and get the spin around that apex. And now we've got that battle for first and second again. Greaves really didn't pull much that first lap.
No, not
This is
at
still
all.
the first lap of the second half.
Exactly, and I'm kind of thinking right now he wasn't quite prepared for the acceleration, the aggressiveness of Adrian Cheney, but I guarantee you this, that young CJ Greaves spotting for his dad is letting him know now, because Johnny definitely is on the throttle. We are now 1 lap past halfway.
Greaves out in front. See Cheney into second, Mark Jenkins in third, Kwame in fourth.
How about the bootlegger, Mark Kwame, battling for that last podium
Whoa,
spot.
and off.
And Jenkins is over.
And back on the
his wheels.
It stays on the throttle. Look at the crowd.
Kwame actually got up on 2 wheels, saves it. And now here comes Ross Hook. Could this be the day Hook goes out of the podium for the first time in Pro 4?
He's taking that outside line. He's probably, nope, I thought he was going to lose a position there, but he's staying on and Hook drops back into fourth.
Man, oh man, and guess, look up front. Cheney is gaining on Greaves.
And the crowd's on their feet in the stands. They were cheering on for Jenkins when he rolled over, stayed in the throttle. This crowd went wild. Look at this race out in front.
Once again, here we go. Greaves having that throttle. Cheney's up on that berm. He's kind of hooking that run a little bit. Catching Johnny Greaves is 1 chapter of a book, but passing Johnny Greaves is about 5 chapters, and that's a whole other story.
Mike Jenkins pulling in the hot pit area, having problems with him. So again, another battle of attrition. 4 trucks out there on the track. You say Greaves trying to pull away.
I don't know.
Not able to do so. It doesn't look like Adrian Cheney's holding on. You said he's from New York City, but got St. John's, Virgin Islands. He may want to retire if he comes back and wins this thing.
Oh, he's lived so many places. He's got a home down in the Virgin Islands, but wow. And now right there, it looks like Greaves may have pulled away a little bit. So it looks like Greaves is faster in the straightaways, the high-speed areas, but Cheney's aggressiveness in the tight infield area reels it back in. Still no white flag.
You see both those guys taking that dirt track type approach with that left front on that inside cushion, looking for traction, and that left front can pull just as hard as that right rear.
And Mark Kwame right now in that final podium spot. And this is where Cheney gains on Johnny Greaves.
Boy, he pitches it in there nice into that right-hander, doesn't he?
That's confidence in the handling of your truck. But this is where Greaves now starts to pull away a little bit. It'll even be more so coming out of that far left-hand turn to the right side of the course. Here's where Greaves pulls away. Now he runs a 5-speed sequential transmission in that truck as well. So he can slink through those gears real quick. He didn't quite pull away enough, or as much as he did that last time. Pushes hard to the corner. May have scrubbed off a little speed. Still no white flag.
I can promise you, Greaves doesn't want to see the white. He wants to see the checker. He wants this thing over with. Remember his starting earlier, a complete rollover. able to get it back on four wheels and come from the back of the pack to the front. He leads Adrian Chinney right now by about 10 car lengths and little bobble.
Greaves over-rotates, misses the jump in the infield, hangs on to the lead, but now the gap is only about 3 car lengths. And I'm telling you right now, that is like blood in the water for the shark right now. That's Adrian Chinney.
Adrian looks like he drifts wide in that last left-hand turn before the finish sweeper over here. It looks like he drifts a little farther. Green's able to hold that inner line and get good traction.
Green's right in that blue groove. Chinney a little bit higher up on that berm. Still no white flag. Now keep in mind, Chinney's a lot closer now than he was the last few laps entering this part of the course.
And that sweeper, Chinney taking the outside before he can take that inside. So he's trying to find something. He's searching.
Chinney's gonna throw it right there. Goes inside, trying to hang it on. They're side by side just for a moment. I hear something. There's something wrong with Greaves' truck. It sounds different. Something is going wrong with Greaves' truck. Almost like a cylinder may have gone away. Something's not right with our leader's truck. Listen to it when it comes by this time around. At the white flag is waiting this time.
Yep. That thing's hurting for sure, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, the last lap. Can Greaves hold on? Will it be Chinney? You can hear the motor definitely going south, but he only has about 3/4 of a lap. One more right-hand turn. Watch him in this section. This is Chinney's chance. Will he go inside again?
Greaves trying to protect on the inside line. Chinney goes to the outside to that right-hand turn. Greaves stays tight to the inside. Here comes Chinney alongside. Chinney now has the inside line for that left-hand turn.
And he's going to have a hard charge, and he knows, he can probably tell that he's
goes inside. They slightly touch.
Listen to the crowd there on their feet. But you know what? They should be cheering for Greaves as well, staying in it. But it looks like it's going to be the orange machine. It's the final turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the track for Adrian Chinney for years, and he's doing it one more time, taking the win. That outdoor energy drink, number 11. The four-wheel parts of Adrian Chinney takes the win. Johnny Greaves will take second, and now we got a battle for the last podium spot. Here comes a bootlegger, Mark Kwame. Ross Hook right behind. And Kwame, I believe this may be his, look out, Hook.
That's what happens when the guy just in front gets on the brakes.
I think,
or lets off the throttle at the finish.
I think this is Kwame's first podium. I'm not quite sure. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, once again, don't go anywhere. Hang out with us tonight. The party's only beginning.
Autographs also.
You got it. It's only starting.
The guys are signing autographs immediately when they get out of their truck from the awards. If you want to get the driver's autograph, go out there to the respective spots. Level is also signing at the Magna Blue booth.
Where's Chinney? Up on the wall. Check this out. His version of a burnout, but he's going to climb the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why we call that guy the Wild Man. But there's a whole lot of fiberglass to be given away.
Stick around. We're going to hear from him when we come back.
How about that?
We're going to take a break here. Hear what Adrian has to say when we return to TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL.
Ready. Drive.
And Johnny Greaves up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
How about it? It's stop number 1, the first day not only in Pro Light, Pro 2, but Pro 4 as well. We didn't have any runaways. This was a great race all around.
Look to the left of the truck right now, that big guy on the left. That's Creighton King, Mr. Max's Tire, and he's got a Max's Tire truck that just took the win. And ain't nobody happier than that guy right there.
And it looks like our reporter down there, looks like Taylor Snyder is going to be getting an interview with, I see Kelly, but I know Taylor. Yep, there's Taylor as well. Taylor Snyder is going to get an interview with our winner here in Pro 4, Adrian Cheney.
And we have just completed our Pro 4 race, and we're going to get our winners out so I can talk to them. And what a Pro 4 race that was. So much action going on out there. Even for the small amount of cars, there should not have been that much action, but there was. So I can't wait to see what Adrian Cheney has to say when he gets out of his car. I spoke to him earlier. He's really excited to be back for another season, of course, with his teammates. So let's talk to him. Give it up to Adrian Cheney.
It's about time. If you hadn't. Yeah, baby. I'll kiss you. Woo! Never give up. Oh, man. Woo! Never give up.
Oh. This is first.
Number one.
Well, Cheney, the wild man, you certainly proved your name today out there on the track. Obviously, Johnny was looking very strong out there, but out of nowhere on that last lap, you took the pass. Talk to me a little bit about that last run.
Such a difficult long race. Johnny was running so strong, and then he made a bobble in turn 2, opened the door, allowed me to get up to him, and I just put the pressure on the inside. This truck is running really good. These Maxxis tires, I mean, both Johnny and I are Maxxis, so we're running away from the pack, but I just put it on the inside, and thanks to Steve, Barlow, and Brandon, and John, and even Lisa, and everybody in my team, Louie, Donovan, Kyle, thank you so much, because it's a total team effort, and we came here this year to win. This is our year. Thank you.
I believe you when you say it, and of course, the wild man himself came off. Cheney, is this your first win?
What's that?
Is this your first win in this class?
No, this is like my 13th or 14th win, but it's my first win of this season.
First win of the season. There we go. Well, Adrian Cheney has a giant bottle of celebration. Oh, goodness. Excuse me.
Well, these fans at Primm Valley Off-Road Raceway, that is his champagne room right there. Look at all that. Look at all the fans down there with him. I mean, those are his people.
And the thing is, he's the most personal guy. And again, when you talk to him, one of those guys in the pit area, he's calm, cool, collected, has that real kind of smooth talking South African accent. But when you put on the helmet, holy smokes.
All right, well, it was a great race. Let's take a look at it one more time. Let's take a look at highlights of Pro 4. It started off with a move to the inside by Johnny Greaves, and this happened.
Yeah, and very surprising. That's one thing you never see that driver do, is make a mistake like that. But after that, it was all Douglas. You can see pulled in the pits, tried their darndest to get him back out on the track. Adrian Cheney, his aggression, almost over-aggressive. Johnny had nowhere to go. Then all of a sudden, Mike had nowhere to go, and bam, bam, bam. There you are at the LA Express Freeway,
Yeah, Cheney didn't want to let off either, and Greaves said, I'm going by.
And then there's Scott Douglas with the transmission problems. He'll pull off the track. Adrian pulls into the pits to take care of that left rear. I thought his day was done right then and there.
Yeah, but he come back, and not only was he not done, he was far from not being done. He works his way up into second. Saw a rollover and then a little throttle.
Wow.
You didn't see that live.
I saw him go over, but I didn't know it was help. That's the thing. And then Johnny just looked so strong, and right there you saw that he missed a jump. I'm kind of surprised he didn't get a black flag for missing the jump altogether.
And with one lap to go, we saw the pass, not even a lap, a half a lap to go going in the second to last turn. Adrian Cheney makes the pass and takes the victory for Pro 4 here at the first round of TORC the Off-Road Championship.
And there's the wild man wanting to do his thing. Wow, and the crowd's even getting bigger down there at the podium. Wow.
And remember, the Pro 4 guys will be signing autographs in the pits as soon as they take off their stuff and signing autographs.
Well, I think all the guys down, everyone in the pits will be signing autographs in the prospective pit area. But the thing is, I really want to emphasize there's a lot of carnage here this afternoon. Obviously, lots of fiberglass. These guys will be like giving away chunks of hood and fender and doors, giving to the fans. And that's where you want to clean, have them kind of scrub off a little spot, sign it, take it home, and put it over the mantle of the fireplace.
All right, they're all huddled around the podium. Let's go one more time down to the podium. And Taylor.
All right, well, we're about to talk to our Pro 4 podium finishers, and I'm going to start with our third place finisher, Mark Kwame. Mark, this is your first podium, so of course a big congratulations. But I do want to talk to you about that pass where you and Mark got together. Take me through that lap.
Yeah, unfortunately on that lap, I broke a little bit early. He was on the outside, and I was in the air. There was nothing I could do. I mean, I broke late, I should say, and I hope he's okay, and I hope everything's going with his, well with his truck.
All right, well, you managed to make it out, and of course you managed to make it up here on the box. So how does it feel to be up here for the first time?
Well, and during my first race a year and a half ago in Charlotte, this little one was in my wife's belly, and we were told she could never be pregnant. So I thought we should bring little Gracie Jean up here and celebrate with my team owner and captain, Meg. Where's my wife? Meg! So I don't know where she is, but thank you so much for everything. Thank you for this darling little girl. And I got my first podium, and my second child's in the stomach as well. Yeah, baking. So anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for Barlow Motorsports. Thank you for the whole team. My mom and dad are here. My cousins, my brothers are here. So thank you, everyone, for everything, and thank you for all the support. Thank you very much.
Obviously, Primm is a good place for you, so hopefully we make it back to see you get up here again.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great, thank you.
All right, give it up for Mark Kwame. Moving on over to our second place finisher, Johnny Greaves. Johnny, I was talking to Michelle Huseman, the wife of the late Rick Huseman, and she said only Ricky would do something like that, to roll over and get back and keep going. So you're carrying on the legacy, and of course, let's talk about, you were leading the race. What was going on there?
You know, after I pulled that brain-headed move on the first lap there, gathered myself up, but unfortunately we hung upside down so long, we lost a lot of the motor oil, and you know, it was just pray and hope, and you know, it was running good, and then lap before the white flag came out, we lost one cylinder, then we lost two, and that last lap we were just struggling to get it to the finish line. So hats off to my crew and everybody who worked so hard on this thing. Monster Energy, Maxxis, Toyota, MagnaFlow, Method Wheels, all you guys that make this happen, and TORC for putting on this race, and thank these fans for coming out, and stick around because the show's going to get better tomorrow.
I can imagine. Now you're thirsty, correct, for tomorrow?
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right.
Everybody is, but you know, it's the opener of the season, and everybody's running hard, so this is when it's fun to watch.
All right, give it up for Johnny Greaves, your second place finisher today. And moving on over, stand in front of you, Adrian Cheney, our first place finisher. Adrian, stand. Adrian, we spoke earlier, but of course I just talked to Johnny Greaves. Everyone's thirsty out there, but of course you're the wild man. You have a lot to prove, and you're showing it right at the opener of TORC. What's the rest of the season looking like for you?
You know, this season, I mean, I'm kind of spiritual in a certain way about knowing when the time is right and when our time is due. And I really feel like this season our time is due. This should be the beginning of a lot of good podiums to come for the whole season, so we're off to a really good start.
Anyone else you'd like to thank for helping you get up here today?
Yeah, I'd actually like to thank my teammate right here, Mark Kwame. It's so good to have my teammate up. This is the first time we spoke about this, and it seemed like a kind of a long road to get, and here we are right away, so that would be great. Maxxis tires, of course. Everybody on the podium right now is on Maxxis tires. 4-wheel parts. Amazing, kicks butt, and Wildman Bites, a new snack product. Please try it.
All right, well, let's give it up for all of your Pro 4 podium finishers up on the box today. Mark Kwame, Johnny Greaves, and the Wildman, Adrian Cheney. Scott, back to you.
Well, thanks a lot, Taylor. Well, once again, how about that? Look at that podium on the top spot. You got the wild man, and to his left, you got the bootlegger. So we got to come up with something for Johnny Greaves now.
Sounds like party time for the concert tonight, doesn't it? Johnny's probably thinking, how am I going to replace this motor in there? And his crew's going, darn it, we were that close. What a race, though. I mean, that's the way you want to finish it off. Had some good and bad. We saw some,
unfortunately, Ari Dyke Jr. being taken off, and we did have word that he was, about as far as his senses, and he was moving around. And
want to know how his truck was.
Yeah.
So he's okay.
He's
all
probably
right.
at the medical center, probably trying to evaluate how he can get ready for Charlotte.
Can you imagine all the nursing attention he's getting right now?
Oh, yeah. He is the Bachelorette. Oh, Bachelorette. Let me put that way. He was on that show. But, great start from the get-go from the lights. Our biggest class of the day, and it just kept progressing throughout the afternoon.
Well, your day's done. Your first day in off-road's done. What do you think, man?
I think it's good. I know we get to watch some Replay XD footage because those are one of our sponsors to help make this, always getting some good stuff. But it was awesome. In my mind, my Replay XD mindset, I don't even know which class was my favorite. I think, the last one's one you always pay attention to as we take a look at the Replay XD. That was the Pro 2 class.
Yep.
But
see, you're getting good at this. I'm liking that. You know what you're looking at.
Yeah, but the good shots from the Replay XD cam, some speed shots as the guys come down that front and back straightaway. But again, one of our sponsors in our Replay XD look back as we're looking back at the bootlegger who finishes in third place, taking the podium here this afternoon.
I got to throw it out to Scott Bridges from Replay. He really does a great job, and how he can be in like 4 or 5 places at one time. I have no idea, but he's able to pull it off somehow.
Well, we experienced a little technical difficulties. Hey, some growing pains. It's stop number 1, our first day. I think things went along pretty well. I'd like to thank everybody for watching out here today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, not only for everybody here, but tomorrow online on the interweb there at 1 p.m. Pacific. We're going to kick things off and do this again. We had so much fun today in all 3 of our classes. Scott, it was an awesome day.
Welcome to the Off-Road Nation, Robbie. It's good to have you part of the family, man.
Yeah, on behalf of Taylor and Kelly Snyder and Scott Wren, I'm Robbie Floyd. Thanks for coming out through stop number 1, round number 1 of Duel in the Desert here on the web and in person. TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Pacific.